Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome to our September board meeting, and we thank President McDonald and all his colleagues for a great welcome here at Farmington. Before we begin, though, I'd like to take just a minute. This is the 5th anniversary of a very serious tragedy here in Farmington. An explosion took the life of firefighter Captain Michael Bell and seriously injured 7 others. It was obviously a horrifying day for the town of Farmington, and it recognizes the close bond that Farmington and UMF share. And we thought it would be appropriate to join in this community and just take a moment of silence to commemorate that tragic day. Thank you. This meeting is streamed on YouTube. Everybody speak into your mics. And we have, do we have our members participating by Zoom? Yes, I just resent the Zoom because they may be on. And we'll have them join later. We are now open for citizen comment. We appreciate that there are many people who want to speak. I would like to, there are many people who want to speak on the Hutchinson Center, and we appreciate that. We would acknowledge that the board has no authority over this decision. This is not a Board of Trustees authority, but if you choose to speak, that you are welcome to do that, of course. And I hope you appreciate there are many of you, and there are 2 students who wish to speak who need to get to class. So if you would be kind enough, I would like to bump the order and ask the 2 students to come and speak to us first. And again, remind everybody there's a 3-minute limit. And our first student is Meredith Waters.
Hello. There we go. Okay. Hello. Hi, I'm Meredith. I go to the University of Maine in Orono, and I'm a senior this year. I can? Okay, nice. Cool. My calves were going to look really good after that. I have a compliment sandwich today for the Board of Trustees, which we love. So we're going to start with my compliment. I heard through the grapevine that there was a large amount of money allocated for student mental health and student wellness from the UMS systems to our campuses, and I'm very excited about that. And I'm really excited to hear that the system is making a commitment to student mental health. Now for my issue, and I usually come here with broad issues, but today it's a little bit of a specific issue. The University of Maine is doing a really big push for online courses and online degree programs, which is awesome. I'm enrolled in an online degree program. I am dually enrolled in an in-person major of political science, and I am enrolled in a fully online minor of labor studies. Fully online means they teach no classes in person. So for students that are enrolled in fully online programs, they get something called an e-credit rate, which is a discounted tuition rate for taking those classes. However, there is no policy yet for students who are in both a fully in-person major and a fully online major at the same time. And I would like for a policy to be made, even if it's one that works against me. I'd really like for a policy to exist. We want to push online learning. We want to encourage students to take both online and in-person classes. That's good for UMaine Online to start its growth and to make sure that it starts flourishing. But I'm incredibly disincentivized to take my fully online minor and keep that program going because I'm not given the e-credit rate that the rest of my classmates in that minor are given. And I just think UMaine is trying to move forward and be a trailblazer, and it might be leaving some of its students behind that currently go to school there, being so future-minded. And then my last thing is I recently read that the University of Maine rescinded its decision to sell the Hutchinson Center, and I wanted to say to the room that I support this decision to rescind that offer on the Hutchinson Center. Thank you.
Thank you. Darren Martell? I apologize if I've botched your name.
Correct. Thank you. Hello, good morning, Board of Trustees. My name is Darren Martell, and I am a senior with a major in history and a minor in geography. Sorry, this issue is a University of Maine Orono centered one. So sorry, some of you come far away. This February, as some of you might have known, it was held at your meeting was held at the Wells Center, and I lined out my confusion and frustration with the Board of Trustees' decision to convert the recently renovated UMO dorm Estabrook Hall into offices. During my previous testimony, I highlighted that I felt that the university's decision would lead to a shortage of singles on the university and a general frustration of the student body. Despite this inevitable dissatisfaction happening, the university went through with its plan. What I could not have guessed was that the university would make this decision without anticipating the inevitable spike in enrollment that comes when the transition from community college to university becomes essentially non-existent, as Governor Mills did, which is good, but this forethought could have been figured out for that decision, what took place. This housing issue is indicative of the university's penny pitching and lack of foresight, and can be blamed on the university's current mindset. While the housing problem couldn't have been 100% mitigated, it could have been lessened with, and I cannot stress this enough, recently renovated dorms. I believe they were renovated in 2016 and then closed this summer. This housing issue is the current direction. This housing issue is indicative of the current direction that the university is moving forward to. And I'm seriously considering going to a different grad school if this is the current direction that the university is heading towards. Thank you. Have a nice rest of your week.
Thank you. Okay, and again, with apologies if I can't read your handwriting. Let's start with May Hills. Mo Hills. Mo Hills.
Hi, my name is Mo Hills.
Sorry.
Thank you all very much for hearing me this morning. I really appreciate it. I only got a few minutes, so I'm going to cut right to the chase. I spent 30 years of my life as an alcoholic, a drug addict. And when I walked into Calvary Chapel of Belfast, I had 5 felony charges hanging over my head. It took that church to recognize that I was spiritually broken, and they nursed me back to health. And, you know, it's a testimony in itself that I can stand here today in front of you folks. So it was a big disappointment to our church that, you know, we didn't get the Hutchinson Center, but I'd just like to say that, you know, I couldn't have gotten the treatment that I needed for my spiritual condition through an art studio or, you know, a public transportation system or anything like that. It had to be through a church. And, you know, they've not only taught me a better life, you know, and how to live as an active part of the community, but they've allowed me to teach other people as well. So it continues on that, you know, the gift that they've given me of sobriety that I can offer to other people through that same church. So it was a big disappointment to us that we didn't get the Hutchinson Center. And it seems like, you know, the board has taken what could have been a lucrative sale for profit and potentially turned it into a liability of litigation. So I would ask that you would seriously consider your next move. You have the attention of the entire church community as well as the state of Maine on this subject. So thank you very much for hearing me.
Thank you, and congratulations to you. Let me just ask the Chancellor, I want to clarify that this is this is a process, and ask the Chancellor to sort of clarify the next steps.
You got me? Is that on? Okay. So my name is Dan Malloy. I'm the Chancellor of the University of Maine System. Welcome, and thank you for your sharing your life's experience with us. It's an important story to share with us and with others. So thank you for doing that. I want to be, but I do want to make one correction. The process is not over. The property will continue to be available in a process. What happened is there is in the document that lays this out, there is an appeals process. The appeals process was exercised by one of the parties. The person making the decision about that found that there was a factor not taken into consideration that had a substantial cost effect to the system. Based on that, a decision was made that this would have to go back through the process. Let me also say, on a personal note, that I have a great appreciation for so many of the accomplishments of your church. I've certainly read about them in the paper, heard about these previously. Having said, that doesn't push us over having made a mistake. And having been found to have made a mistake in the marking and the grading, if you will, of the offers. So in a relatively short period of time, not later than September 26th, as I understand it, we will post future additional steps that will be taken with respect to the property, and a process will be begun with respect to selling the property. And I want to be very clear that is an open process. And we apologize, quite frankly, for the mishap, but mishaps, as everyone knows, happens. And we will do our utmost to move the process along as rapidly as we can, as fairly as we can, and with no intention of discrimination.
So whatever the process is, it's a do-over, not a done deal, and anyone can apply to be considered in whatever that next process is. So we'll know that in a couple of weeks. Pete Quimby.
Good morning, folks. So my name is Pete Quimby. I serve as the operations director at RSU 3. It's a local community school. I help manage facilities, transportation, IT. So my role is to really help the board when we're working through any financial policy type decisions. So I can say hands down, I understand what you guys are doing. We work with the board very closely that way. So I do understand, and thank you for clarifying, that through these RFP processes, there's items, things that get missed. And that's really why I'm here today, is I fully understand that. And there's sometimes you need to work through these details. There's side MOUs that you have to do. But that was really what stood out to me is my comment is, if the RFP is in fact conducted fairly, humane, with integrity, and full transparency, these are the words that you folks use, then the details of relocating Internet Hub is a concern. Then why not talk, kind of communicate with the people that were awarded the RFP? Calvary Chapel would love the opportunity to help with different solutions, maybe even find a better financial solution for you folks. So the Internet Hub, basically that MSLN provides, is super vital to operations. We actually were down for 3 or 4 days back in December because of it. So I firsthand understand that. So protecting it is super important. And that's why I'm really here today, just to you guys are going to continue this journey. So with passing this Hutchinson Center on to somebody, I would ask, and I know how sometimes this works, you guys can make motions, you'd reconsider closing that RFP, kind of reopen it and look at, is there something that Calvary Chapel can do right now to help with that, where we were awarded this? I do think it's important to maintain the integrity of that hub, but I also think it helps maintain the integrity of your board by doing that. So I just want to add too, that Calvary Chapel is a big network. There's things that we can help with too. So you guys have put a lot of work into this, and it just seems almost like a lot of unfruited work that you have to redo. So why do that piece, reopen it, we'll work with you folks on figuring out we can best support it. And it is important, and then that's a good thing in the school system right now. So that's what I have for you folks. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And I would reiterate that this is not a board decision. The board has made its decision. The board authorizes the university to sell the building, and that's our job. And it's up to the university now to develop the new process. Ken Richards.
You did say my name correct.
I'm
Just in
two for
case you were
two.
wondering. All right. So anyway, my name is Ken Richards. I appreciate you guys having me here this morning. I walked through the door of Calvary Chapel, much like my brother Mo. It was about 20 years ago. I was personally a drug addict, a porn addict, and a very violent man. I had even ruined my marriage of about 8 years at the time. My wife filed for divorce. We were apart for about 6 months. And when I walked through that door, the Calvary Chapel teachers there, the pastors there, wisely welcomed me. They instructed me. They taught me about God's word in such a way that I had the ability to apply it to my life. The word tells me that if the Son has set you free, then you're free indeed. And I understood that the word said that I was free, but I didn't know how to operate as a free man. And they walked me through that. Once again, they taught me how to apply God's word to my life. Happily, I can inform you that I'm married to the same woman. We're almost at 31 years. Our marriage has been restored. I now teach the addictions ministry. I have for 9 years. I've seen many men's lives and women's lives change there. And as you guys know, we once occupied that building. While we were there, approximately once a month, we would have a big potluck. And somebody like myself or Mo would come and share our testimony and let the people of the town know what God had done in our lives. And I'm not exaggerating at all. I'm a Christian. So I'm not lying. We would have between 90 and 110 adults there, and they would bring a herd of 30 or 40 kids with them. Of those 100 adults, sometimes 30 or so people from the reentry program. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that. People that are coming out of prison, being reintegrated back into the town. They would show up as well. And they had the ability to eat with us. They had the ability to see that God really can change the lives of people. He can change us from the inside. He doesn't just take kids and put them in a different playground, but he makes us new creations. They had the ability to see that in such a way that I believe that they were excited to come and be a part of it. And we don't have the ability to house that amount of people. And I just want you to know that for the interest of Belfast, for the individuals that live there, it is right to give us that building. So anyway, thank you for your time, and I appreciate it. We'll be praying for you all.
Thank you. Okay, this one's challenging. Bob Moray, Bill. Sorry. And these are my new glasses.
Morning. Good morning. I am BJ Moore. I am a husband and father of 3. I'm a drywaller from Waldo County. I started attending Calvary Chapel, Belfast in March of 2023. In June of 2023, I lost my father, and one of our last conversations we had was about my drinking and how he thought I should stop. I've struggled with alcohol for 30 years, having OUIs before I even had the right to obtain a learner's permit. I completed the DEEP course and attended several alcohol counseling sessions through the state. If not for the Arise program at Calvary Chapel, Belfast, I would not have had the success of sobriety to this day. This leads to the second part of my life that was failing, my marriage. I was certain it was long gone, and with counsel from the elders and the pastor of Calvary Chapel, Belfast over the last year, we have gained the oneness and has taught us how to come closer as a husband and wife with a life with our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. It is an understatement to say that I would be half the husband and father I am today without Calvary Chapel, Belfast. And I'll close with, when you destroy something with a lie, it's a loan in life that will come back with interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Zach Sneed.
Hello, everyone. My name is Zach Sneed. I'm a man of God, father of four, a husband, and a business owner. I'm not a great speaker, but I'm great at those things. I'll tell you what, Belfast is mad. People in Belfast are upset about your decision. And you know what? I'm here as a man crying to you all to tell you that you made the right decision. And I know it's not each one of you on here, but each one of you have influence over what's going on, okay? And I'm telling you now that you and the people that made that decision were right. And if it comes to this 3-reading binder, which I've understood in a lot of different press, we as Calvary Chapel Belfast said, we will rent that room to you for $1 for over 20 years. That's $20 for 20 years for that thing to stay. Now, if you're going to reopen this, we know we will not get this building. And we might not even apply. And you want to know why? Because somebody there is going to offer $3 to $5 million, and we don't have that. So we ask you, or I ask you, to put it on these deaf ears and say, you know what? We made wrong decision to rescind this offer. And you know why? Because it is in there, and we will probably take legal action. All these people are quiet, respectful, not holding signs, nothing. We are here. It's not about a building anymore. It would be great for us. We would do great things. There's over 100 kids enrolled in our co-op program that are homeschoolers. We had to cap it out. There's nowhere to rent, nowhere to have those people. My kids didn't get in that this year because we were late to registration. I have my son here who's reading a 285-page book to stay busy. There's kids behind them that all brought books. This is more than religion. This is unfair, and we just want you to know that. Peacefully, we are not going to go away. And I think that whoever did make this decision thought, you know what, they're Christians, they're going to keep their mouth shut. Well, we're not, and we're going to do it respectfully. We're going to do it respectfully because we care, and we think that you made a right decision. And I could go on and on and on, but if I have how many seconds left, I just know that the Belfast is angry and they're upset, and a couple hundred people made this, in my opinion, a big stink. And I get it. And you know what? We're not going to be disrespectful, rude, or ugly, but we will be heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Gabe Schwarz.
Hi, my name is Gabe Schwarz. I'm 18 and I'm from the Belfast area. And right now I'm going to look at this from the perspective of a local youth who knows other youth living in the community. There's a lot of troubled teens in Waldo. And this building has so much potential to be a lot more than just a church building. It's going to be a much needed escape and resource for teens and kids my age. Not only as a place to hang out and have a youth group and have events, but as a place that the local youth know that they can be safe and be truly loved, which is something that many kids frankly don't know anymore. If in fact you are making this decision in an attempt to better the community, then tell me what would help kids in Waldo County more. A progressive art museum that's going to push the same agendas that they learn in school and show mediocre art, or a church with people there every day that are there to support them and help them know a greater love that goes beyond politics and art and gives them an escape from all the social pressures that tell them to look good and act fine when they're broken and they need to experience the love of God. This is a building that will give those kids a place that they know they can go to find that much needed escape. So please consider those local kids when you make this decision, and consider what facility, like what this facility can do for them and what will help them the most. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Gabe. Olivia Ingo.
Good morning. Thank you for hearing me. I would just like to read a letter if that's okay.
Olivia, you might pull that mic down a little closer. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to read a letter and then I'll get out of the way. It says, I am very disheartened by the decision made on September 12th to rescind Calvary Chapel Belfast fairly won award of the opportunity to purchase the Hutchinson Center. There was a time this country and this state stood for religious freedom and justice. I see neither represented in this decision. In one response the university made to negative community feedback in August, it was stated as follows. The university cannot discriminate, including on the basis of religion. Doing so would be against the law and inconsistent with the university's commitment to inclusion. This statement gave me some hope that there was a sense of integrity among the board and leadership at the University of Maine. However, it is clear that Vice Chancellor Mr. Lowe and you, the board, uphold your own interests above the very law that holds our country and our state together. We, the people of Calvary Chapel, Belfast, see the scapegoat that the three-ring binder is. We see the decision for what it is, cowardice in the face of opposition. We see the lack of justice, and we will not be quiet about it. Do not get me wrong. We have confidence in our God that if he wants us to have this building, we will have it. If he does not want us to have this building, we will not. I know I can speak for many, if not all, of the Calvary Chapel Church attenders and say that we have peace at the end of the day with our God, no matter the outcome with this building. Can you say the same? Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Larby.
How we doing today, folks? My name's Chris Larby, as she said. I'm 26 years old. I grew up right there in Knox, which is about 15 minutes out of Belfast. I graduated high school in 2016. Within a year and a half of getting out of high school, I was arrested right at the Hannaford in Belfast, which I don't believe is maybe 3/4 of a mile from the Hutchinson Center. I was arrested for trafficking, intent to distribute on a large scale. Before I had turned 19 years old, I was in jail with over 8 felony trafficking charges, danger charges, etc., running from the police. Calvary Chapel came and spoke to me, spoke to my family, and I went to their Arise program down in McAllister. It completely bettered my life. I am now 6 years clean. I have not touched a single thing. I have 2 beautiful daughters at home. And this rescinding the offer on this, I hope you guys understand that we're not up here crying and whining saying, you know, life is unfair. Life is always unfair. But we took the university at their word saying that we were awarded this, and we started to prepare for things, you know. People do that. We thought we could trust the university on a word, and we've spent thousands upon thousands of dollars to start to get ready for this. This is the church's dream, and we found out through a outside source that the offer was rescinded on us. And it was kind of a slap in the face. And like I said, we're not up here crying and whining, but we're up here looking for a true explanation of how we can work with you guys. I think every trade in the book that you can, the biggest book that you can think of, there's a man sitting behind me that works in that trade. I myself am a diesel mechanic. There's many carpenters. There is something that we can be able to do to be able to keep that hub there. There's something we can help do whatever it can to be possible to help this in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Cadence Spling.
Good morning. Please, I ask your patience because I am not a public speaker and I did not exactly plan on doing this today. I thank you for your patience in hearing all of us. I know it's a lot of people and a lot to hear, and I thank you for your kindness to hear us out. Calvary Chapel Belfast is an amazing thing for our community, and we want to just continue to spread love and to bring people together. You've heard some of the stories of people's lives being changed there, and we just want to be able to grow that and be a light at the Hutchinson Center. And I just simply ask that you'd reconsider your decision and do exactly what Pete said and possibly compromise and find a way for us to I believe is the blue 3-ring binder, and find a place for that so that we can continue to be a light to Belfast. Because I don't know what possibly could be in that building that could impact as many people as our church has. I know that from my friends, my family, and in my own personal life. Thank you for hearing us out.
Thank you. Terry McAllister?
Hello, everyone. When I heard the decision that you had rescinded the determination to sell to Calvary Chapel Belfast, it was heartbreaking for me. It is the center of my family. I look at this as a little bit differently. I see it as you are suppressing free speech and also religious discrimination. How else, I mean, this is such a huge community opportunity that we've spread. You've heard the stories from everybody and how it has touched the lives of the community. The original statement was even the opposition parties talk about how it should be for the community. What more than Calvary Chapel Belfast has reached so many people in Belfast and the nearby areas? I think that the statement I read from University of Maine was, it was a fair and thorough process. And now all of a sudden, I find it very hard to believe that we made a mistake. I don't agree with that. I think that you caved to some outside political groups and that are very anti-Christian. And I don't like the determination of you're suppressing our free speech and also the discrimination part of it. And I want to thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Why don't we try to have an at-bat session here? Well, we've got Lou Ulrich next, and Steve Look is at bat. So he'll be, if we can, that way we can maybe get people moving a little quicker, and we'll be sure to hear all of you.
Did a good job
On deck, I'm sorry, on deck. I was close, on deck. I meant on deck.
Okay.
No, it's yours, it's yours, it's yours, it's yours. You're good. Lou Ulrich and Steve Look is on deck.
Yes. First thing, good morning. I'm a little disappointed. I come from a business world where an agreement is an agreement. I've never seen anything like this take place in the business world. Normally, if the agreement wasn't good, it becomes an internal thing that is fixed. The people that negotiated it aren't punished. We're being punished, in my opinion, for a mistake in an agreement. And I do believe outside pressures are being pushed upon you. And I'm going to read a little quote here. A lie doesn't become truth. Wrong doesn't become right. And evil doesn't become good just because it's accepted by a majority. I'd like you all to reconsider what you have decided to do and have a very good day. Thank you.
Thank you. Will, Steve Look, for on deck is Will Kelly.
Good morning, members of the board. Not a public speaker by any means. And I'm not going to stand up here and tell you that Calvary Chapel saved my life and my marriage. And it's not what this is about, although it has. Or how upsetting it is that the bid that was accepted was rescinded because a few people threw a stink about it. Or even how unfair it is that the two other parties got a chance to appeal twice, not once, but twice. Calvary Chapel does not get that opportunity. Or about how the church even suggested that we keep the 3-ring binder in the building, but that got turned down from the beginning over and over again. What I do want to tell you is the people behind me are part of the community whose lives have been changed. So if the university excuse me, is all about the community and changing community and supporting the community. This is a community. You've heard testimonies, you will hear more. It changes lives, and Calvary Chapel does also care about education. We started the home co-op with a handful of students a year ago, and we have over 100 a year later. So is Calvary Chapel right for the community? I'll let you guys decide that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I think that brings us to Steve Look. You were Steve Look, sorry. Will Kelly, followed by Greg Whitcomb.
Hi, good morning. My name is Will Kelly, and I'm a veteran that served in the United States Navy, active duty, USS Scranton, and Portsmouth Naval Shipyard in Kittery, Maine. And this was a huge disappointment, and I struggle with major depressive disorder and anxiety, so this is a huge thing for me to speak. I just want to say that I don't believe that you took 6 months thoroughly reviewing everything and saying that you just made a mistake, Chancellor. No one believes that. You also dismissed the first appeal, which further goes on to say that why wasn't it caught during that first appeal? Or even in the beginning, you had many months. All the people's time and money have been waiting for this moment, and to snatch it away from them at the very end is heartbreaking. I hope that you reconsider, and I hope that you find in your heart to make this right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Greg Whitcomb, followed by Joe Talbot.
Again, I thank you for your time in hearing us this morning. I'm going to come at this a little bit different than all the testimonies that you've heard. This is what we're all about, is these testimonies change lives. This is what we do. But I'm a small business owner in the Belfast area. I have a small earthwork contracting company, and we go through the bid process all the time. And when we're presented with a bid package, everybody plays by the same rules. I'll give you an example. I had a bid package that had a base bid and it had an alternate. We were the winners on the base bid. The alternate made us lose on a $1.2 million contract by $3,000. Do I throw up were we disappointed? Absolutely, but we lost. I didn't put my best bid forward. Somebody else outbid me. Same situation here. They had every opportunity to put their bid together with the same package that we did. They lost, we won. Now all of a sudden you change the rules. You can't move the goalpost after the fact. We won fair and square. That's how business works. If I ran my business like this, I would soon have a reputation of being shady. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe Talbot, followed by Sherman Crem.
Well, thank you. I have a question first. Are you aware of Calvary Chapel churches in the country? Anyone here other than our church, Calvary Chapel Belfast? Has anyone of you? Oh, my first question, excuse me, I'll back up. Is the fact that we're here sharing our thoughts about what's happened and what we think we need and want, can you be effective to the people who do have the right and the charge to make a change or not?
Sir, this is not a discussion. It's an opportunity for you to speak. We are well aware of what the Calvary Chapel has done in Belfast, not just by the statements that have been made today, but on other occasions as well. As I've previously stated, a mistake was found. That's greatly unfortunate and obviously very disappointing to the members of your church or your chapel, and we have apologized for that. We've also promised to get back to you to give answers to how this can be resolved through additional steps by no later than the 26th of September. That is our intention. And I would also assure you that we are not in the business of discriminating on the basis of one's religion. And I can assure you that we will do our best we can't undo that which has been done, but we will do our best to make sure that any parties participating are treated fairly.
Thank you. Calvary Chapel churches are independent. We're non-denominational. The first Calvary Chapel church came into Bangor, I would just guess 30 years ago. And since they've founded around 20 Calvary Chapel churches in the state of Maine. We simply teach the Bible simply so that people can learn God's word and how to apply everything that's in the Bible to our lives. And that includes a whole spectrum of things. We honor our children, we honor marriage, we honor our wives, we honor a board like yourselves for the University of Maine. We have every right to challenge things that are wrong. And if I created some kind of a crime or some thing against a law, and I said, I'm sorry, I made a mistake, please don't send me to jail, do you think it would happen? No. I think that the university who admits they made a mistake should still honor the award to our church. We need that space, and it's very difficult to find any space in Belfast. We started with about 30 people max and 6 kids. I'm going to say 10 or 12 years ago. I was there. We had over 400 people come to church for Easter Sunday, and we had to rent the gymnasium of the grade school in order to house everyone. I know this, godly people act a little differently than some other people who are not. But no discrimination is not a problem. It's that we don't do it right. And we think we do it right. I've been in 4 Calvary Chapel churches over the last 3 years with over 3,000 people sitting in their auditoriums. Because I traveled and I always try to find a Calvary Chapel church wherever I am. And I believe that if we were able to have that center, that we would have some people come to us because of the school, because of the drug addiction program, recovery program, and because of the way we teach the word, sentence by sentence through the whole book, and just how to apply those words to our lives. Thank you for your time. I hope it didn't go over. I wasn't paying attention to it.
We have Sherman Crem next and Diane Colby following him.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for this time to speak to you. Chancellor, I think I just heard you say you were sorry, but you can't undo what's been done. Seems like you did. Seems like you did. But anyway, I was born in Maine. I grew up in Maine. I've lived here all my life. I don't know how many of you have. But when I was smaller, younger, I saw a lot of business conducted by people with character. When they said they were going to do something, that's what they did. Okay? It seems like that has degraded over the years. All right? Right now, I don't know who exactly has the final word here, but somebody has an opportunity to stand up and show what type of character they really have. Okay, and in reference to the Hutchinson Center, if money is of any issue, I wonder why
it would be a big issue because do any of you know who Charlie Colley is or was? He's the one that built that building. Cost the University of Maine nothing. He gave it to them as a learning center. Okay, keep that in mind when you make your decision if monetary issues are of any concern to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane Colby, followed by Brenda Philbrook.
Hi, my name is Diane Marie Colby. I am a resident and business owner of Searsport, and I attend Calvary Chapel, Belfast. I'm here today to express to the university that I feel you have unfairly rescinded the award of the Hutchinson Center to Calvary Chapel, Belfast. I feel this is an attack on me personally as a disciple of Christ, and the church is being targeted due to their beliefs which follow the word of God. It is discrimination, in my opinion. Calvary Chapel, Belfast offers many services for the community, including a homeschool co-op, where we have so many kids, we have to turn kids away, drug rehabilitation, marriage and family counseling. My marriage personally has been restored because of my attendance to Calvary Chapel. Thank you.
Thank you. Brenda Philbrook, followed by Dylan Hart.
Good morning. I am Brenda Philbrook, retired and grandmother. I wrote this last night and I haven't really critiqued it, but I'm going to read it as fast as I can because I can't seem to take anything out. So we are here today to tell you about our community and the why behind our right also to be in this building of Humane Hutchinson and to stand up to the bullies who want their way after a whole year for this process to play out. Actually, we are the most patient people I have ever met. It's about fairness. So we met all the guidelines, did everything we were asked to do, and did our due diligence. So I'm going to stay focused on the why. Well, why not? We are a group of good and loving people. You would love to be around us, caring for one another, not racist or discriminatory. You can come or go as in any organization. We all need to find our group. We do no harm. We have run out of space, no parking for one, and have to park offsite and use a bus. Almost filled the gym at the middle school the past 2 Easters. We have no room. The building we are in, we rent from another church who graciously allowed us. They want their building back for their group, their church. So we have a need for our school. It is growing. It's a homeschool based. That is a community. This isn't a playground for us. It's a place we work to help others be better. There are a lot of people who would be here today, but they have jobs, real and commitments that can't change. My husband for one, and those here have made a sacrifice. My background before CC Belfast, I drove 1 hour to Bangor, CC Bangor, and started to read from the beginning, the Bible. Long drive, 4 hours total with service. I could go to countless churches of choice. Grew up in First Baptist Church, choir, Sunday school, married, 43 years, and 2 children. I'm from Belfast. I moved away 20 years. 1975, went to Hudson, worked for one of the 2 largest law firms in Orlando, Massachusetts, Raytheon, Texas Oil and Gas, New Jersey, tax lawyer, then medical malpractice. Then back to Maine, 1995, and worked at MBNA, BOA for 8 years, so familiar. As I was there in the middle of the merger to Bank of America, very hard time for employees, uncertainty for jobs. My 2 kids, spouses, 5 grandchildren go to church. My marriage saved from divorce, alcohol. Daughter's school friend saved from prison, but had to serve a few months versus 3 years because these church people, CRD program, went to bat for him. He now has a baby and partner. The list goes on. Just maybe this is good for Belfast. We just don't want it. We need it. The members have been cast, in my opinion, in bad light. So who are we? Example, my daughter, a doctor, Bates, NECO. Her husband, a doctor, Bates, UMS Lowell. My son, a lawyer, UMA, Honors College, Political Science, then Maine Law. We all went to Belfast schools. Me, Husson, now retired, taking care of grandchildren. My husband, Northeastern. Now Director Rehab 2 Hospitals. Daughter-in-law, UMO Nursing, Women's Ice Hockey, UMO. I've also subbed in retirement, K through 12 in Belfast for 8 years. So I've seen a lot, comparatively, my education, my spouse, my kids, and now my grandchildren in Belfast. My son's kids attend private Catholic school in Minnesota. We all have choices, please. So when I stand on this Hutchinson property, it is the land of my aunt and uncle, who were deacons of First Baptist Church Belfast, now both deceased, who sold their land to MBNA. I bet they would love us to continue on their homestead as a church. I have attended many events there at Hutchinson and also CC Belfast before COVID, so I didn't have to drive to CC Bangor. When we rented space from Hutchinson, no problem then with our group. It seems like who protests the loudest gets to start the game over. All I can say is where have they been? If UMS put this commercially for real estate sale, we would not be here because that sale would be final. Discrimination is how I see this, and that has consequences. My analogy, say this is the Olympic trials. You have a gold winner. Oh, let's do this over because we want another winner. I have seen so much injustice in my lifetime, and I'm so glad I'm not a bully to get my way. We don't need any more art studios. Thank you.
Thank you. Dylan, followed by Steve Nickerson.
Good morning. My name is Dylan Hahn. I attend Belfast Calvary Chapel. I think it's important that you guys do see the spectrum of people that attend the church. Personally, it's helped save my life, but I'm not going to go there today. I'm a merchant marine. I'm a marine engineer. I work on ships, oil and gas. Just for an example, we have carpenters, electricians, plumbers. We have business owners. We have college graduates. We're not just a bunch of Bible thumping rednecks or whatever. Just I need that to be said so that we're just like you. We are you. We're everybody. So it was pretty disappointing when the Hutchinson Center deal was rescinded. The 3-ring binder program was used as an excuse. It doesn't make any sense that it was used as an excuse because we wanted to keep it in the building to begin with, because it makes more sense to leave it where it is. But anyways, I do respect all of you. I know that you got to your position on this board for being successful. And thank you for your time and have a good day.
Thank you. Steve Nickerson, then Travis Huff.
Good morning, members of the board. I'm Steve Nickerson. I'm from Belfast. I grew up there. I've seen Belfast when it was prosperous with a lot of industry, and then we lost chicken processing plants, shoe manufacturing companies, so forth. And it went down. Then it got built back up. The harbor became much more clean. I mean, when I grew up, there were chicken feathers blowing all through the town.
Yep.
It was interesting. I started going to church several years ago, and then I went through a divorce, and I ended up going to Calvary Chapel. And it is a church that is a beacon in a very dark space. We have helped a lot of people, myself included. I'm now 44 days without any alcohol, and it's been a battle. And this church is needed in this community to help people out like myself and others who struggle with porn, with eating disorders, with alcohol, with drugs, whatever the case may be. And as you know, looking at the communities around Bangor, Augusta, Portland, it's becoming way too prevalent that people are bending over to this stuff and giving into this. It's disappointing that we lost the bid was rescinded. I think this could be a great place for Calvary Chapel to have and to help the community to realize that we're there for them, regardless of how they live their lifestyle. We don't care. We know that God tells us to love us, everybody unconditionally. That's what we intend to do. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And our last speaker is Travis Huff.
Thank you. My name is Travis Huff. I am, first of all, a servant of the Most High God. I am a former assistant pastor at Calvary Chapel, Belfast, and I was sent to plant a church in Rockland, Maine, of which I am the pastor today. We also serve the same type of community, and this is not about the building. We don't need a building. It's a physical object. It will not go with us wherever we're going to go, which is to our Lord. But this is about fairness, and this is about doing what's right. And so we're saying that to say that that 3-ring binder is the reason and it was a mistake, first of all, like you said, apology accepted, go ahead and go back and do what you said you were going to do. That's logical. That makes perfect sense. There's no reason to say it has to start over, and you know it. And so for whatever reason, you're just moving along with that to appease whoever is also having their say. But we won that award fair and square, and we should be able to proceed to use this facility while it's here to serve the community and to honor our Lord. And all these people who are giving testimony are just a small piece of what you would see if we were able to be here for days and weeks. And it just goes on and on. And so all we're saying, and we just want our voice heard, understanding you can't do anything today, is that we just want you to go back, because you can undo what has been done. That is not true. You can honor what you said, and you can make it right. There's no reason why we have to move with a new RFP to start the whole process over and waste all this time when we could be in there serving the community immediately and serve everyone through this internet hub, through our church, and through the school and everything else that we would be able to use that space for, because like we said, we are limited on space. If we had the space, we would use it for the glory of God. And that's all we're asking you to do what you said you were going to do. And even though you can't make a decision, we just want you to think about it, and we'll be praying for you. And I hope that you can make this right. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank all of you. I think this has been a very informative and civil discussion. And I know many of you find public speaking difficult, and I appreciate that. And we are closing the public comment period. I will give you 1 minute.
Well, I made a mistake and I'd like to do a do-over.
Okay. We know about do-overs.
I forgot to tell you something that I think is very important. When we started our church 10 years ago or more, we've never had a building. We even had church sitting in our cars and radio to the people in the church. What we know is Belfast is a community that is growing. And I forgot to tell you this, I was born in 1940 in Camden, Maine, and I played on a Maine Bears Dixieland group and flunked out because I spent too much music time. So I went in the Air Force for 4 years. But anyway, I don't want to bore you with all of this, but take into consideration the fact that when you make a mistake, the only way that that mistake can be taken care of is to go back to the beginning, which made you give not you, but the people who were responsible for it, who gave this award to us. We had to sell property that we bought on Route 3 2 years ago after we received the information that we had won the award. It came on television. Everybody was way excited. And now if this holds, we're without even the land that we were going to try to develop. And we spent a lot of money trying to develop it. But we sold it when we got that information from your church, from your group. And sorry to take more than a minute. But
thank you, Mr. Talbot. Thank you all. Again, with legal advice, there was a decision made to rescind this, but you will hear in a couple of weeks what the University of Maine will do to continue the process. And it will be an open process for everyone, including the church. And you can be assured that it will be a fair one. So thank you very much. We appreciate all your comments and know that it was hard and you took time away from work. And that for those of you who aren't public speakers, you did great. So thank you very much. we will move, actually, maybe we'll take a very quick break. Let's take a 5-minute break and reconvene. Oh, really?
So just if you need a filler.
Okay, okay. All right. Okay. Could we reconvene, please? Could everybody please take their seats? Okay. Good morning, good morning. We're reconvening. Could everybody please take their seats? And as we reconvene, let me introduce Simon. Let me introduce Simon Furland, who's visiting with us today. He is a nominee by the students to represent graduate students, and will have his hearing on Tuesday. So welcome. We thank again President McDonald for all this terrific hospitality, and we were able to eat in the dining commons last night, which was great, and very much appreciate it. And now we're going to have a bird's eye view of the University of Maine at Farmington teacher education programs.
Well, thank you very much, and welcome to Farmington. This university began 161 years ago as a normal school, training teachers in response to an urgent need in Maine for educators who could teach with norms or professional standards. 161 years later, Maine is still facing that same urgent need. In Maine today, too few young people are training to become teachers, too few are sticking with the profession, and too few hold certification or have received training in professional standards. We are responding to this community crisis. UMF has historically punched above its weight in preparing undergraduates to become outstanding teachers in Maine schools. In the past few years, we have broadened our mission, first by increasing our graduate programs, second by mentoring young teachers to increase their retention in the profession, third by creating diverse pathways into the profession, fourth by partnering with school districts to educate ed techs and uncertified teachers, and finally partnering with community colleges to prepare their students to become teachers. Our education programs are leading this university in serving our adult completer population. We are currently enrolling 96 students in our education programs who are beyond the traditional age of right out of high school students. Our education programs are leading the way at this university in taking an entrepreneurial approach to expand the population of our student body through multiple pathways, teaching in the classroom, online, and in off-site locations. We're demonstrating that UMF is committed to the Western Maine community and to Maine at large. Workforce development is a top priority for the University of Maine system, but producing qualified teachers who have a lasting commitment to the profession not only is what is needed to train Maine's workforce, but it increases the enrollment in our universities. We know that the number of high school graduates in Maine is declining. Only 45% of the high school graduates go on to post-secondary education. These students are our pipeline, and one of the key reasons students might not be pursuing higher education is the lack of qualified teachers. The work we are doing serves not only the children of Maine and Maine's economic future, but the future of our universities. I now want to turn it over to Kathy Yardley, who is our Dean of Education and Co-Provost, to give you a presentation of what we are doing in our education programs. So Kathy.
Good morning, everybody. Chair Riley and members of the Board of Trustees, thank you for allowing us to speak today about what UMF education programs are doing to address workforce issues. Today, my colleagues and I will provide an overview of the work that UMF is doing to address workforce shortages in education, recognizing the importance of providing multiple pathways into the teaching profession, the importance of providing mentoring and support to beginning teachers, and the importance of providing professional opportunities for experienced teachers to support their career goals, job satisfaction, and longevity. We are fortunate today to be joined by one of our school partners, the assistant superintendent from RSD 9, one of our adult completer students, Joanne Batchelder, who works at the high school. And although he's not speaking, I want to make sure that you're aware that Hiram Sibley, who is the Director of Field Services, is with us today, as he's been part of the development of our presentation. This morning, we're going to be talking to you about the ARCS model. And actually, you have the slides in your yellow folder if you prefer not to look at the screen. So the ARCS model was developed last year when we were preparing for a presentation for Educate Maine. And it was a way that we decided to organize all of the work that we were doing. And I want to give credit to Dr. Patty Williams, who is the chair of teacher education, because she was the one who had this idea for the model. So there are 4 quadrants involved with the work that we are doing. The first quadrant is focused on attracting future teachers and folks into the profession. The second quadrant talks about retaining teacher in the pipeline. So that's very important to us as we're working with pre-service teachers, and it's very important to us as we're working with individuals in the school districts who are conditionally certified or ed techs who are pursuing their certification. So support beyond coursework is critical. The third area is collaboration. And as President McDonald said, we are working with a variety of school districts and community colleges to help people meet their career goals. And for some, it's working in Grow Your Own. And others, it's providing transfer pathways, but it's about clear collaboration. And finally, the last quadrant is about support, and support for those early career teachers through mentoring, but also opportunities through graduate education so that individuals can pursue other leadership opportunities. So before we get into the different quadrants and have different individuals speak, I just want to provide you with a little bit of information about UMF's teacher education programs. So first of all, we are one of 3 nationally accredited programs in the state of Maine, along with University of Maine and University of Southern Maine. That holds us to a very high standard where we're expected to constantly look at our practices, and we're always in a cycle of self-improvement. So this is our actual year that we're going forward, and so we're doing a lot of self-study. We offer 13 approved teacher education programs and 1 pathway through our professional studies degree. We are working collaboratively with UMA, who helps us out with our World Language Education French program. And we also are helped by University of Maine in that area. And finally, I want to mention the partnership with UMPI for our school health and physical education program. So not only do we offer together, but alone. This fall 24, new undergraduate students in education make up 36.4% of UMF's entering class. So that's quite an impressive number. From last year, we have grown 43.1% in our undergraduate students. 40% of those, the growth has occurred in first-year students and 65% in transfer students, with the greatest growth in elementary education. I also want to mention that all of our courses at Farmington are heavily experiential. We believe that it's important to connect theory and practice. We give lots of opportunities for our students to practice teaching directly in schools, as well as with manipulatives and materials in classrooms and peer teaching. Farmington is committed to encouraging students to pursue dual certification to address the needs of all learners. We offer 4 minors that create pathways to second certifications while students are here. We also offer 5 graduate degree programs, with 2 of those leading to certification if students choose to pursue that. Graduate education has grown 29% in the past year. In this fall semester, they've passed 2,000 credit hours for the first time. It's been incredible growth in efforts through the graduate office. One program I would like to highlight, because it's such a shortage area in Maine, is special education. So we recognize the need for special educators, and Farmington offers a major in special education, a dual pathway, so many of our students pursue that if they're pursuing elementary or secondary education. We have a 4+1 pathway into the master's degree. We have an alternative special education route to certification, where we have about 75 students per semester enrolling in classes. And then we have a master's degree in special education, and we have 100 students enrolled in that program. So again, we've been constantly thinking about multiple pathways to help resolve issues. And finally, just so you're able to see, we offer a number of grad certificates that can then go into our master's degree. So moving on to the next slide, we will now start with everybody sharing some information, but I have the opportunity to speak about transfer into teacher education programs. So as you know, Farmington moved from a 4 to 3 credit system, hoping that we would have success in creating more transfer opportunities here at this institution. I'm so happy to say that we have 61 signed agreements, and out of those, 39% are in education. We had always had agreements in early childhood education, but we have expanded into the other areas of education. We have 118 new transfer students this fall, and 32% of those are involved in our transfer degree programs. So one other thing I just want to highlight regarding that is that UMF has invested in encouraging transfer here by adding staff to the admissions office, by hiring a director of degree completion. So it is something that is a clear pathway for us moving forward. Oops.
Good morning. My name's Erin Connor, and I'm the Associate Dean for Graduate and Continuing Education. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the ways in which we have used our early college program to attract teachers to the field. I know you're all familiar with early college and the concept of dual enrollment, but Farmington has really tried to specialize in a pathway for young people who are interested in education while they're in schools themselves, to think of themselves as potential teachers. So we have outlined a pathway of a series of courses that young people can take that will transfer directly into Farmington and obviously into other system campuses as well, but to really try and highlight, what goes into the study of education. And that pathway has been really successful for us. More than half of our early college students study education with Farmington when they choose to take an early college class for us. But potentially, I would say almost more powerful for me is the fact that in discussion with our school partners, with superintendents and assistant superintendents, you'll hear from Monique Pullen a little bit later in our presentation, they've asked us about what can we do to introduce the idea of becoming a teacher to our students in our schools, really thinking about growing your own when they're quite young. And so we've partnered with a number of school districts to create an intro to education course that's often co-taught by a high school teacher and faculty at Farmington to really explore that possibility of what would it mean, and to sort of demystify, get to see what's sort of behind the curtain of their teachers and their teachers' work. And we are fortunate to have alums of Farmington be in that position to be the teacher in the school, collaborating with their former professors to develop some of those courses. So that's been a real powerful opportunity for us. And we're going to also talk a little bit about some of the work we've done, right, Patty, with our education events that have brought potential students to campus.
Come down a little here. Good morning. I'm Patty Williams. I'm the Division Chair for Teacher Education, Health and Rehabilitation Services. I'm also a professor of early childhood education. One of the big things we've done in the last 2 years is really think about those accepted student days and those interested student days that we have. And instead of doing sort of the standard piece where they could just visit a class here or there, get that sort of little touch of an experience, we've actually dedicated a whole Friday to it being an education only admissions event. And faculty actually create these small like mini sessions that they're running for faculty, for the students that are coming. We get a lot of early college students. We have some very courageous high school students who actually stay overnight in the dorms with their early college students. You got to love that because they're coming down from places like Holton. And it really showcases the best of what teacher ed here is at UMF. It really thinks about the high quality instruction, the active learning, the diversity of the different kinds of content areas that we cover. So what we've been doing is they kind of come in and they have 6 little mini sessions that they sort of change classes between. We do separate the parents from the students so they kind of get that full experience. We are able to give tours of the assisted technology center that we have here and demonstrations. We've been able to take people over to the Sweat Winter Early Childhood and Care Center to sort of really look at some of the great things that are going on over there. We've had some nature-based stuff outside where we've had them looking for different elements and artifacts, active learning in math, a lot of things that are cut across the education programs that we have. And I think it really did pay off this year because we've probably the biggest incoming class of education students we've had in several years as we're rebounding from the pandemic, with 117 first-year students across a variety of different education programs. So I think that has been a really key, I think, to thinking about how we can reach out more into high schools, how we can leverage the visits to campus. It always is a lovely day here too in October. I have to say the days that we do it, it's the end of September this time, and I'm crossing my hands. This isn't the time we end up in like a cold rain because again, it shows off the best of what we have to give here. In the spring sessions, we're bringing together panels of alumni who are really speaking to the benefits of their UMF experience here. We've been able to get some teachers of the year to come in. So I think we're really thinking about it on both ends of it, and then outreach over the summers to these folks too, to just answer any questions. And really, this is a group of students with and parents with a lot of questions about the college experience. I was a first-generation college student, so I'm really in touch with that piece of it. And it's really important that we're available and responsive to those kinds of questions. So that's been really a good thing to try to attract folks. Once we get them here, though, it's equally as important that we retain them. So I'm going to see if I think I'm making the next transition here. As part of that retention process, we've really been a lot more active in thinking about the students that we have in the pipeline. And I do want to give a thanks to the University of Maine system for their support. I am a recipient of a Maine Jobs and Recovery Program grant for getting Maine on track to develop and retain the teacher workforce. So I do want to thank people for that opportunity. It's been a $330,000 grant that has really helped us in a variety of ways. One way is to sort of institute some resilience programming that we have here with our undergraduate students. We've had 9 faculty members trained in a evidence-based model of resilience promotion. We've had 28 student pre-service teachers go through that 4-week model of kind of intensive sort of taking apart what resilience is, thinking about how to combat things like negative self-talk, to really think about managing time, stress, and energy, goal setting, and future thinking. Because we do know from research that it's really vitally important that we develop those skills because they're very important to longevity in the profession. And so that was in our first year. We're obviously going to continue to do this in our second year, which I think has been really beneficial. We offer also some very general events to students that we have here on campus. Gratitude dinners have become really popular, where we really get a chance at the end of the semester especially as students are kind of overwhelmed by their experiences, to sort of have them step back and think about what it is do they really have to be thankful for, and the supports and people in their lives that have contributed a great deal to them. And they actually come and have a lovely dinner. We explain a lot about what gratitude is and the benefits. We do know it does take down depression and anxiety a great deal, and makes you feel more socially supported. And then we spend the second half of the night them writing letters and notes and cards to people that are important to them in their lives, to really think about it. And we've actually, after we do sort of pre and post and afterward, they actually just express that they've had a decrease in their stress levels, because it gets them out of their self. It gets them out of the mundane and everyday pieces to think more about the big picture pieces, which I think is really, really important as we have a greater emphasis on mental health and students are coming out of the pandemic. And we're working through some of those anxiety, depression issues that have been much more difficult for us. I want to make a transition to my next person, which I'm going to cheat here and see who my next. It's Aaron. Okay. Here, I'll help you out.
This is going to be a running gag. All right. I'm going to move us on to the next quadrant to talk about collaboration. One of the ways we've really pushed ourselves outside of our comfort zone is to sort of step into school systems and really open ourselves up to saying, well, not what can we offer you, but what do you need? And really listen to the challenges that school systems are facing in terms of having conditionally certified, emergency certified, and also really wanting to do a little bit of succession planning by helping some of their ed techs become certified teachers as well. So this has really been a challenge for us to rethink some of our models. And we've had some really powerful collaborations with school districts. For the first one I think of, and probably our first sort of crossing that threshold, was with Lewiston Public Schools. Since summer of 2023 to this summer, we've offered 109 seats in classes that just go towards certification needs. So we've really worked with them on their workforce and moving them forward, whether they were someone who just needed 2 classes to be completely certified, or someone who's just starting that journey and saying, oh, okay, I can take a class with Farmington and I'm successful, and maybe I'll complete my degree with them as well. So that has pushed us to prepare for collaborating with a school district that has its own identity and its own sort of sense of, this is what we would want to be in a class if we're talking about issues in diversity, for example. So it is really called upon us to think about, what is our framework, but how do we open that framework up to the expertise of people working in public schools? And that partnership has really served as a model for us with other school districts across the state, and offering undergraduate courses for certification, but also offering some of our graduate certificates as well that directly support folks moving towards a certification in a particular high need area, like working with multilingual learners, for example, or in special education, as we have been doing for quite some time with our Spark program. I guess I would underscore that this collaboration has made us change in a way. I mean, really thinking about what online and hybrid delivery looks like, what it means to step into a school district and work there with their employees, has made us, I think, the collaboration has changed us, I think, as much as it has changed the districts we've worked in. And it does sort of give me the opportunity to hand this off now to our Director of Degree Completion, so she can talk a little bit about the growth in that program as well, which also in many ways stems from those collaborations with school districts.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. I'm Michelle Navarre, Director of Degree Completion and Credit for Prior Learning. Thank you, because I believe my position was funded by you initially, and your investment has paid off. We have been going gangbusters. This fall, we have more than tripled our enrollment of adult degree completion students. And you can see on that graph that the majority of them are in education programs. We have been able to hit the ground running in no small part because of the reputation of Farmington for education and because of the groundwork that the master's program has done in creating relationships with schools. So it is an honor to work with adults who are coming back, who have found their passion. They have maybe taken a little bit of a long and winding road, but they know now where they are and what they want to do. Many of our students are ed techs. They know what it means to be in the schools. They know what it means to do really great work for the students. So let me just explain. This first graph is all the adult degree completers with the education, the 98 who are in some sort of education pathway. The next one is just focusing on those 98. And you can see the multiple ways we're working with adults to provide them with opportunities to move forward and become teachers. And the biggest group is the professional studies certification pathway. That takes advantage of the idea that folks who are already working in the schools can get a bachelor's degree, take the courses they need for certification, and do what you might think of as the student teaching while they're working. It is my pleasure to be able to introduce you to one of these students, because it's one thing to look at the numbers, but it's a whole nother thing to meet folks. And every day I get to talk with people like Joanne Batchelor, who are working in the schools, who are volunteering in their communities, who Joanne has taught adult education in the county jail. She has been on the local school board. She understands what it means to be in education. But I don't want to introduce Joanne. I would like Monique Pullen, who is the assistant superintendent in Mount Blue School District, to tell you why it's so important for them to have folks like Joanne be able to move and grow up into the position of a teacher. So Monique.
Good morning, Monique Pullen, Assistant Superintendent here in RSU 9. And I could not be more honored than to be invited to introduce Joanne Batchelder to you. When we were partnering on this presentation, the first thing I thought of, and probably the first person I thought of was Joanne, but the first thing I thought of was just having a student be able to share their perspective with you. We can talk in generalities about what this might mean for folks who participate in these programs, but to have Joanne tell her story will give you the opportunity to experience that firsthand. Joanne and I have known each other for several years. She has been an educational technician in our day treatment behavioral support program at Mount Blue High School for several years. And a couple years ago, or just last year, I think, when our teaching staff left for other opportunities, Joanne and one of her colleagues who had been working as ed techs and behavioral health professionals in that program were tapped due to their capacity to lead the program. And Joanne and her colleague both rose to that opportunity and have only been able to shine and support our students. And I have plenty more to say, but I don't want to steal any of her thunder. So Joanne Batchelder.
Good morning. My name is Joanne Batchelder. As they said, I wear many hats. I've been in the Mount Blue School District for 18 years. It's not my first choice of a profession at all. I went to UMA and got a degree in mental health and human services. And I started working at the Department of Health and Human Services. A year into that, I had 2 babies at home and I was going into homes taking out babies. I decided that wasn't the career for me. So I stayed in different departments at the department, and then I got an opportunity to work for adult ed and teach in the county jail. Then my kids went to school and I decided I needed a job that worked with them. So I started as a sub in RSU 9, and then later became an ed tech, a behavior health professional, and now I'm in the role of the day treatment teacher. 18 long years in the RSU 9, but it's been the absolute best. The biggest thing for me was I wanted to continue my education. But how does a mother of 3 kids in all their sports and a full-time job teaching do that? And UMF has allowed me to come back after 20 years out of college and do just that and finally reach that of getting my certification for special ed and then moving on to my master's. One of the big things for me was that eye opener of Joanne needs to put Joanne first was my 2 older daughters recently graduated from college, both obtaining degrees, one in business management and one in computer science. So I was like, I can't let all 3 of my girls graduate before I do. So I have a few more years before my other graduates high school. I met Michelle for just looking into things after Monique and Superintendent Elkington had kind of pushed me this way. Michelle and I talked back and forth several times, was still unsure. And Michelle's like, no, you got this. You can do this. So I just began my journey here this semester, taking 2 courses. A little scary, but we're doing it a few weeks in. Adding the adult degree program is huge for educators like myself. We'd never be able to come and sit in classes if we had to do that. We can, and I plan on it, but there's still opportunities of us to do online learning or off-campus learning also. I just want to thank you all that had a part in this for allowing more educators to complete their dreams of becoming teachers, or there's different other lines that they can go. But thank you so very much.
Thank you.
She put it far better than I think any of the rest of us could. With that in mind, I mean, there's a lot of pathways that we have to be able to kind of diversify that teacher workforce. Oh, I'm going to go back. I need to go back. All right, there we are. I think it's really important that we're working really intentionally with collaborating with employers, particularly to think about how we can meet their needs. We do have another grant that we have that I've been fortunate enough to receive for a teacher apprenticeship program. It's the Learn and Develop program, or LEAD to program for future early childhood professionals. So I was awarded $144,000 from the Bureau of Labor and the Department of Ed as they're doing this sort of very interesting collaboration where we're trying to meld the 2 streams together a little bit more. So it's really trying to expand the teacher workforce through the development and implementation of an apprenticeship model, particularly for early childhood professionals. And apprenticeship is sort of an interesting term to sort of think about it, because I always think about my husband's an electrical engineer, and obviously that happens in the, if you're becoming an electrician, you serve as an apprentice. These models are really interesting in that it's really a combination of structured on-the-job learning with somebody maybe working a minimum of full-time for a year with classroom instruction. Obviously, to meet the teacher's certification requirements for the state of Maine, you still have to get 3 credits in a variety of different courses that are required for certification. So really what we're working on right now, this program is going to kick off in January. We're in the development phase right now, is that we're actually thinking about all of the competencies and knowledge required to be a high quality, effective teacher of young children. And then we're trying to sort of break that down a little bit to think about, well, what are things that could be worked on through on-the-job mentoring and us supporting mentors at sites to be able to cultivate some of those kinds of skills. And then how do we add to that some classroom instruction to meet the needs of diverse learners? So particularly this grant is trying to outreach to more rural potential teachers and also the New Mainer community. So thinking about how that learning could happen and what's the best choice for effective learning. And that could be a combination of in-person, asynchronous online, synchronous online, hybrid. It doesn't necessarily mean that all of it has to be alone in an online environment, because a lot of adult learners need a lot more support. And that feeling of being in a group is very powerful in helping them to persist. The model is going to capitalize off of our successful off-campus early childhood program, which actually has 42 students and a graduation rate of almost 70%, which is really, really impressive for a group of kind of vulnerable adult learners that are coming back later in life. So we're working to develop this model collaborative with employers, community college folks, UMS faculty, the Maine Association for the Education of Young Children, and New Mainer advocacy organizations. We are part of the grant is also giving some scholarships through Maine AEYC. We're funding 5 additional scholarships, so that would defer the cost initially of helping people get their degree, mentoring support for apprentice mentors, and a dedicated advisor, a navigator, because we do know from the early childhood off-campus program, having somebody who's really designated to work with these folks, not just with the academic pieces, but all the life pieces that happen as this goes on. Personally, this is an important grant to me because my dad actually got his college degree as an adult. I believe he got it about the same time I was hooded. It took forever for him, and there had to have been an easier way for him to do that. He was already working as a vocational instructor, and it's unfortunate that there wasn't a way that work experience could have been more integrated with his coursework. Don't get me wrong, I think he loved taking classes and getting out of the house a little bit and thinking about fun things, but again, he could have done it much more expediently in a little bit of a different way. You have a fact sheet on it in your packet, and feel free to contact me a little bit about that. I believe I'm also the next slide again, so I'm going to just scoot off to the next one. Yes. Obviously, it's also really important not just to attract them to the profession, retain them, to collaborate, but we also have to figure out how to support people to stay in. The teacher shortage is a very complicated set of affairs. It is not purely an issue of us not getting enough people out into the field. It's also the incredible rates of loss in the field, with 50% of Maine teachers leaving within the first 3 years. So the other part of the grant that I have for the Maine jobs is also gone into a program, which is actually the bulk of the grant, is called the New Teacher Academy. New Teacher Academy is really dedicated to helping to support teachers in their first 3 years of practice. Also those people who might be out there on emergency or conditional certifications who've never had an opportunity to have a supervised student teaching experience. Because districts can hire people under a conditional, which means they might have done the coursework, but they've never been in a supervised field experience for the full semester. So obviously they're at a little bit of a disadvantage. They have the information, but they haven't had that support to know how to implement it as fully as they could. So this last year, we've served 129 staff members in 7 rural school districts, 65 mentors and 64 mentees. The program model includes a mix of monthly enrichment sessions on topics that are important to new teacher retention, classroom management, things like homeschool community relationships, professional personal balance, which is really important to challenging student situations, all those kinds of hot button issues that are really tough for new people, new teachers and new people in the field to be able to navigate. We're also helping the mentors, who are really those mid-career teachers that are out there, to have kind of a whole piece of support. So we obviously do these monthly enrichment sessions. We've been doing site visits that are supporting mentor-mentee observations. And the grant is also providing some stipends for mentors and mentees. That way we can obviously allow them to have a little bit more space to do this kind of work. And we found some really good outcomes in the first year. Increased confidence of mentors in guiding mentees in a variety of areas, managing stress, working with parents, strategies to work with diverse learners. The mentees themselves are feeling more confident in classroom management, working with parents, using data and standards to plan instruction, adapting instruction for diverse learners. And overall, the group is also showing more satisfaction with job performance in their school and their overall job satisfaction from virtue of participating. I do want to turn it over to Moe Poulin, who has been working with us, so she can give you the perspective of one of our partners.
You can see from all that's been shared today, how many opportunities that UMF has had to reach outwardly to meet the needs of our schools and our districts. And so I'm happy to expand a little bit on New Teacher Academy in our district. We have a couple different programs to support new teachers, as Patty talked about. Retention, one of our top priorities. And so we have a mentor-mentee model, but we also a couple of years ago implemented a teacher coach and coaching candidate model for teachers in their first through third year of working in the profession. And when Patty reached out last year, so a year ago, to talk about the grant she received and the model, it really was a perfect fit to kind of broaden and deepen our support of new teachers. I think we had, for us, our model, we have, as I said, mentor teachers. It's a different track. We had 5 or 6 retired teacher coaches last year work with Patty and Dan Hart, who kind of oversaw the New Teacher Academy. And I think 15 to 20 new teachers who were supported. And the value for us was that it really allowed for shared and new resources, common discussion amongst other folks, both mentors as well as mentees. It also just shared learning. Patty talked about it already a little bit, for our coaches and our mentors to learn from each other, which doesn't always happen in these models. And I think probably the biggest impact was the formal reflection, taking time for our mentees, coaching candidates and mentors and coaches to think through the different experiences that they've had to learn more deeply, reflect and make adjustments as necessary, and really to celebrate. We had a wonderful celebration at the end of last year. And I think those are the types of structures that really support keeping our teachers in the profession. Again, we know that there's a big need to fill positions, not just in our area in Franklin County, but state and nationwide. And it was a creative and thoughtful way to fill a need. I think I could speak to every single quadrant in there. I only was asked to speak to this one, but I think what I'd like to leave you with is that we really are stronger when we work together in support of student growth and achievement, not just at UMF and in Franklin County, but across the state of Maine. So thank you for this opportunity to speak. All right, one more bit about education, and then you'll be done with us a little bit at least. So I want to leave you with an idea that I don't think is as widely discussed, and that is the idea of creating a career ladder for professional teachers. I was a teacher for 20 years, so I have lived this experience of once you become a certified teacher, it's very flat. There isn't a lot of movement unless you want to become a principal, which many of us did. But the next generation of teachers wants more than that. They want to have a clear pathway that allows them to acquire new skills and work with different populations without having to just go to another school district, which is often, that's one of their choices. I can leave and go somewhere else. So this has been a conversation that's been happening with the Maine Department of Education. It's been happening with Educate Maine, but there's a lot of richness to this conversation of creating a career ladder. And one of the ways in which Farmington is well placed in this is the depth of our graduate certificate programs that stack into our master's degrees. We have really allowed ourselves to have some fairly niche graduate certificates, math coaching, math intervention, working with multilingual learners, so that you don't have to start a new master's degree to pick up a new skill. And we've also been fortunate enough to work with school districts who have said, can you come here and offer this? Absolutely, we can certainly do that, which then again creates that cycle that I talked about earlier of really informing our practice at Farmington in terms of what we offer. So I hope that that gives you a sense of
something that you could all carry forward and thinking about, well, what is the career ladder for a teacher? If you want them to stay in your schools and teach our children, what are their opportunities as well? So that's the end of our formal presentation. I'm going to invite President McDonald, he doesn't know this, to come back and field any questions that you may have for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I have none of the answers, but I'm willing to stand here and take it. Anybody have any questions about the work?
This is when it's fun to be chair because I can just jump in. But can I ask the statistic that 50% of teachers leave after 3 years is a shocker for me, at least. And this new teacher academy is fascinating. How do teachers get involved with that? Do they choose and how many of them, and will you have data to show us that it increases that number?
Okay.
Again here. So what we have is we do have a new teacher academy director. It's a half-time position that's been grant funded. We've been able to be very efficient with our use of grant funds so that we can run this into a second year. It was originally only supposed to be kind of a 1-year intervention. So that director does reach out to districts in the area to see who might be interested in participating. And then they work with the mentor coordinators that are at those sites who start to do the kind of the recruitment process. The first year, I think because we were offering a fairly sizable stipend, it was a fairly attractive piece. We were giving $1,500 to the mentors and $500 to the new teachers to participate. Obviously, moving into the second year to keep this thing going, we don't quite have as much money left. So of course, we're trying to think about, so we've had to scale the stipends down a little bit, but we're also offering them the potential to take this for course credit towards a mentoring and induction course they can take through graduate studies. So I think we have about the capacity with Dan working part-time. It's hard for us to go probably over 150 new teacher mentee pairs that we're working with because it's just, he doesn't have the bandwidth to do it otherwise. We have been doing a pre and post data collection in the first year. And then we're also checking with the districts now to see who was retained out of the first cohort. And then we'll do the same thing into the second year. Because obviously this was funded through the system, through main jobs, which is great. But that money is limited in terms of when it can be spent. By December 2026 is sort of the end of things. So we do need to think about following up as to where funding would happen. The state does require through Chapter 118 that all teachers receive mentoring supports within their local school districts. But as Monique was saying, there's different models. I mean, Monique's model is really interesting because with the pandemic and the loss of teachers, they lost a lot of their potential people to be mentors. So they actually employ a whole host of very lovely retired teachers who are paid by the district to work as coaches. So that's another thing we have to really think about is with the dramatic shift and loss of people in the profession, especially because we are an aging population here in Maine, you lose that kind of mid-career person that has all of that experience that they can give to that new teacher to help cultivate them. The biggest thing we found that in this first year too was that it was an incredible source of social support for teachers out there because teaching is essentially slightly a lonely profession. We don't really think about that, but you are in that classroom alone with your students for the vast majority of the day and feeling like there was somebody else out there that was advocating for you, looking out for you, being able to give you the benefits of their experience, thinking about multiple ways to solve a problem was really, really vitally important. And that may have something to do with, I mean, obviously, advocacy with regard to what we're paying teachers here in the state of Maine also is something that is clearly needed. But in lieu of that, providing that ability to have, feeling like you have a support network within your district and that you have choice and that you have a voice that people are listening to within your district is also really important.
Anybody, Owen? Trustee McCarthy?
Either works for me. I learned a lot. Like, this is a really good presentation. I appreciate it. And particularly, I mean, I know there's a lot of hard work on all quadrants, but the bottom half is really showcases nimbleness and entrepreneurship and like really figuring out how to get out there into the communities and solving these problems. And so that's exciting. I also think about, as we think about the future of UMF, the brand, I know there's an expansive university, lots of things happen, but the brand in education is really strong across the whole state. And so I think that makes sense. As we think about this workforce issue for education, the aim there is good, and I know I've talked to President McDonald, so this isn't a question, but it's more of a, how do we characterize that, and how big of a solution can UMF be towards that if you attract more, retain them here, retain them when they're in, how big of a solution that is, and then how do we help you solve solving for that solution, or the things that go through my mind as you're out there, building for this?
Yeah, so this university has a long history of this, and now we're really out into the community trying to solve a really serious problem, which we see with the number of teachers that are short, but the number of teachers who leave. It's kind of where all the universities are filling the funnel at the top, but the bottom has a big hole in it, and these teachers are leaving. I think the work that we're doing could be scaled up, and I would say for the system, put your thumb on the scale and make this university all that it could be. And I think that in the area of teacher preparation, we're really doing a great job, and I would encourage greater support and greater funding.
Thank you. Trustee Cates.
Thank you. Thanks for a great presentation. This was really instructive. And I had a couple of questions to follow up on Owen's. I went to Coney High School, where a bunch of my colleagues went on to Farmington State Teachers College back in the day. And so I think I heard somebody say that 36% or 35% of your incoming students are now in education of some education degree. And maybe I missed it, but is that number growing as a percentage? Is it shrinking as a percentage? And then I have one more question, if I could.
Yeah, I would say that half of the revenue of this university comes because of education programs. So education students make up about 40% of our undergraduate population, but nearly 100% of our graduate population. All of our graduate programs are in education, except for our counseling program. So, we have most of our eggs in this basket, and we take it seriously.
Is that growing though? Is that 40% more than it was 5 years ago, or if you know?
That I'm not sure of whether the percentage has grown. Of course, at one time we were 100%, right? We were just in teaching, but in teaching, preparations for teaching, you have all the liberal arts, and so to train teachers, you need English, you need math, you need history, you need art, and at some point we then offered majors in all of those different areas, so that the education, we widened our mission beyond it, education. So there was a shift from 100% education to now 40% at the undergraduate level, but I don't know the history of how that has gone. But certainly in terms of the incoming students, students come to this university for a variety of reasons, but one of the primary reasons is because of our reputation in education, and they come not because of our marketing program. We have very little marketing dollars to market our programs. They come because they ask a teacher, "Where should I go?" And that teacher tells them they should go to Farmington, or they know a parent or an aunt who came here. It's really a word of mouth kind of thing. It's a reputational thing of why students come here for education.
Thank you. One other quick question, if I could. I see here that you indicate I think there are 61 articulation agreements with the community college system. In a better world, what would that number be? Would it be 90? Would it be 100? Would it be 70? I don't mean to put you on the spot. Is there still room for growth and growing that number of articulation agreements?
Well, we did this pretty quickly because, when we moved from 4 credits to 3 credits, it really allowed for this kind of articulation agreement. So Kathy and her team have been really working hard to get as many of these agreements as we can. I think we can get more. I mean, we should have them with every one of our majors, but I know we have only 36 majors, so we have twice as many articulation agreements as we have majors. So I think we're doing pretty well as for the size of our university.
Great. Thank you. Anybody else? Great. That was really, and last night we had an opportunity to sit with students and with faculty. I had a chance to sit with a student, a faculty member, and alum from the education program, and they were discussing how experiential learning starts in the first year. And they get into classrooms, and it means that people don't just get to student teaching and decide, whoops, don't want to do this. So it was really very informative.
Yeah, I think that that's a differentiator at this university, that we do get our students into the classrooms very early, and they get a lot of experience. And when you see them as seniors, they're impressive. It's an impressive group. They didn't start impressive, but they become impressive in the confidence that they have to, it's not that easy to be somebody who's 21 years old and going into a classroom, sometimes of high school students who are, not that much younger than they are, but they are impressive. And the other thing that I think that we're doing quite well is we're building into our program a feeling of resilience so that these students will stick with it. And that's, I think that's a character that somehow the faculty are doing a very good job.
Well, let me thank everybody again, and we will move on. We are now at 9:35 for the chair's report, and I'll try to go through this quickly. I do want to, we don't have a lot of time, so let me just quickly, we do want the public to know that while we listen to public comments, we respond to them over time and make sure that we do get responses. And I won't go into it in any detail, but we do know that last meeting, we heard from the graduate students. The University of Maine has told us that the first aid kits are already being upgraded. There is discussion within the budget deliberations about upgrading labs. The paramedicine degree program the Chancellor has been working on, and we see progress on each of these. So just wanted people to know that when we hear a complaint, we do what we can to resolve it. So with that, and at each board meeting henceforth, we'll be able to report on what we've heard and how the university system has responded. So, but let me just quickly move on. Couple of updates. One is that there will not be an October retreat for the board. It's on our calendar, but there will not be an October retreat for the board and the system team. We may do something in the spring, but we will keep you posted on that. That we have restructured some of our committees. The Strategic Planning Committee will now meet just annually when we've created 2 ad hoc committees, one on fundraising, one on AI. And to that point, we would like, and we are restructuring board meetings to be more concise and consolidated. We'll have shorter executive sessions on Sunday nights with the board, and then on Monday, we'll be working the whole day to make sure that we are able to sort of restructure and reorganize and create more discussion among the presidents, the chancellor, the vice chancellors, and the board on issues such as the one we just heard about. So with that, let's try to, there is a follow-up. We heard Trustee McCarthy, Trustee Landry were very helpful in getting us an education session last meeting on AI. And I would ask Trustee McCarthy to give us a little update on where we're headed with that.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair Riley. Had a lot of interest following the education session on what's next as it relates to AI. And so had a number of conversations and, think the next best step is to start this AI working group, which I will chair. It will be a time boxed effort. So ad hoc, 12 months, focused on how what our board level responsibilities are as it relates to policy, guidance, and funding of these efforts, thinking about how we are set up at the whole institution to think about what it could look like in 3 to 5 years out for AI. The group will be it's not named yet, but a couple of trustees and 3 or 4 others to keep it small and nimble so we can move quickly. We'll report out at these board meetings. We will also be a resource to the FFT committee if there's proposals related to funding for AI. And so you expect the next meeting, you could see a charge coming out for the committee that you all will be able to see and review, and sort of a work plan that we'll be working on. We are going to start fairly immediately following this. So look forward to keeping you all apprised of the next steps.
Great, thank you. Any questions, comments? Moving on. All right, let's go to President's Round Robin, a highlight of all of our board meetings. And why don't we start with President Edmondson?
Thank you, Chair Riley, and good morning, everyone. I have just a few updates from the University of Southern Maine. The first is that our Vice President of Public Safety and Chief of Police, Grania Perkins, was recently awarded a Homeland Security grant. The full amount of the grant is $403,501. The grant is for targeted violence and terrorism prevention. It will help to fund the training and establishment of a threat assessment team at USM that will serve the entire campus community, not just our students. The training will follow a train-the-trainer model to ensure long-term sustainability of our approach. Additionally, part of the grant will support intercultural affairs as a preventative piece, including workshops and presentations for groups often targeted by violence. Lastly, a portion will be dedicated to training our public safety department in the cyber aspects of this type of violence. And we are the first institution to receive a grant of this nature in Maine. And so I'm very proud of that and proud of the work happening there. I wanted to give you a quick highlight on art that's happening at USM. We recently had an unveiling of a sculpture on the Portland campus called Tangle. I invite you to see it. It sits behind the McGoldrick Center and is really quite interesting. We have an exhibit on our Lewiston campus that is called Art as Medicine, and it features art by the USM alumnus Michael Libby. It is in the gallery as you walk into the Lewiston campus and fits the theme of our health education corridor. And then finally, we have an exhibit that will open in October in Gorham by artist Stephanie Guerin that is called Undercurrent, which explores issues on land claim and mining's impact. Our Department of Community Engagement is going strong these days. We have Sloan Justice Rose, who serves as USM's Community Engagement Specialist. Recently, she shared with me that Maine has in-kind guidance that states that every hour of volunteer work is worth $28.33 per hour for federal awards. And so if you calculate the amount of in-kind volunteer work our students have done over the past 5 years, we've estimated that it totals about $149,000 in the state of Maine in giving back to our communities. 2 other quick updates. One is I'm commissioning an alma mater for the University of Southern Maine. I've learned that we do not have an alma mater. And so you will see a call coming out for a poem for people to submit lyrics. Once the lyrics are chosen, we will have Dan Sonnenberg, who is one of our music professors, write the music for the lyrics. And we hope to premiere that at our upcoming commencement in May. And last but not least, I wanted to give you a quick update on the USM Foundation. Many of you know that Ainsley Wallace has successfully served as our president and CEO of the USM Foundation for the past number of years. She successfully led the Great University Campaign, which exceeded expectations and raised over $50 million for the University of Southern Maine. Ainsley has decided to resign from her position as president and CEO. And she has left a lasting legacy if you drive through the Portland campus and see the Portland transformation that was largely spearheaded by the funds raised through the Great University Campaign. And so I want to publicly thank her for the incredible work that she's done for the University of Southern Maine. And I also want to welcome Corey Haskell as the next president of the USM Foundation. and say that I'm really looking forward to working with Corey and to seeing the great work ahead. Corey has been instrumental with Ainsley and building the foundation to where it is today. And so while we'll greatly miss Ainsley, I'm confident that Corey will do a wonderful job as we look to future fundraising campaigns. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And I think I speak for the whole board and joining you in thanking Ainsley for an incredible contribution. President Hadeen.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to start with Go Bengals. That's a good start to the day. We had a strong start to the fall semester with convocation, orientation on Friday of Labor Day weekend, and events throughout the weekend. This year, our convocation theme was Live Your Best Life. Our convocation speaker was a current undergraduate student, Kenzie Corvo, and she had enough early college credits to enter UMFK as a junior in the business program. She also runs her own doggy daycare, boarding, and grooming business as an undergraduate student, 19 years old. Amazing convocation speaker and very inspirational to our incoming students. That led into the action-packed homecoming last weekend, with Friday events including the dedication of the Lowell Ozzie Osgood Court in the gymnasium and the Athletics Hall of Fame induction ceremony. On Saturday morning, we held the initial flag raising event in a newly established Veterans Square, followed by the volleyball team defeating St. Thomas College, and both men and women soccer team wins against Fisher College. On Sunday morning, homecoming brunch recognized Melford Pelletier as the 2024 Outstanding Alumni Award recipient. And the afternoon, women's soccer team played Maine Maritime Academy, which ended in a tied game. Our students are already very actively involved and engaged in our community events. The Behavioral Science Club students led the first ever UMFK Gratitude Project. Participants throughout the community were asked to write something they were grateful for on colored ribbons. And then during homecoming, students then hung the ribbons on trees around campus to display the gesture of gratitude. Our women's soccer team and the nursing students participated in Out of the Darkness community walk during homecoming weekend, which raises awareness on suicide and depression. The Behavioral Science Club also assisted with the annual recovery celebration, an event to break down the stigmas surrounding substance misuse, which just took place this past weekend. And in closing, I would like to thank the UMFK community for their numerous contributions at the start of this academic year that made all of these events so special and welcoming to the campus and to the community. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. President Cushman.
Good morning. With University of Maine Augusta's mission of access for all populations to higher education to transform lives and meet state workforce needs, we are proud that the University of Maine Augusta is the #1 host of Higher Opportunities for Pathways to Employment, or HOPE scholars. 89 of the 504 HOPE students are at UMA. That's 89 parents enrolled in a credential of value across Maine. HOPE is sponsored by the Office of Family Independence and helps Maine families pursue training and education beyond high school and achieve their career plans by addressing barriers to success. Whether seeking a short-term training certificate or an associate or a bachelor degree, the HOPE program can cover expenses beyond the traditional financial aid package. Secondly, our aviation program is soaring. You may have heard that we acquired a plane in 2022. We did. And our partner, Maine Instrument Flight, recently acquired 4 more to address anticipated growth in this high demand field. It's great. We have our largest aviation pilot training incoming class of 24. That's a 380% growth from the original 5. So that's the pilot. And the FAA approved our aviation maintenance technical school in July, and we already have 20 students enrolled at Hangar 6 in Brunswick Landing. And our uncrewed aerial systems, UAS or drone program, has seen substantial growth with 52 students now enrolled in our 6 drone courses. Also, the UAS program played a crucial role in the unified command response to the disastrous PFAS firefighting foam release on August 19th at Brunswick Landing. Our faculty conducted daily aerial surveillance of the surface water pathways to identify foam locations and inform removal actions. Finally, our university housing opened at 120% of capacity this year and is accommodating an entering class that is our most diverse to date. 56% housed are new entering students, 40% are student athletes, 31% are out of state, 21% are non-white, and 8% are international students. Because our residence halls could not accommodate them all, 23 students are now housed at the Best Western Civic Center Plus, adjacent to campus. We partnered with a very supportive hotel manager here who hosted a free barbecue for students and families on move-in day. And in addition to private bathrooms, the hotel offers daily free hot breakfast, weekly linen service, and full use of lounges in the hotel for students to gather and study.
Great, thank you. Great. I'm sure that I'm sure they are. President Franny Mundy.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I'd like to focus on recognition of the hard work of a number of our faculty and staff, and perhaps most significantly our students, in the wonderful news that we see this year, where our retention over first year to second year retention is up 7% this year, up to 83%, which is just an extraordinary statistic for us. And this is the result of a number of initiatives that the university has put in place through academic affairs, through student life, through research learning experience programs. All of these are contributing to the supports that are available, but most significantly, the students are taking advantage of and working with the programs that are made possible for them, and as a result are achieving great success. A few other highlights: our UMaine student athletes had a 3.48 cumulative GPA across America East, which is an outstanding result. In the RLE department, overall across the entire system in the research learning experiences program, we have 98 RLE and advanced RLE courses across the system, and we are at 1,441 students, which is up 52% of students participating in the experiential learning programs, similar to what we heard, of course, in our last presentation on teacher education, but beyond that across all domains and disciplines. And finally, at the University of Maine, the enrollments at the Maine College of Engineering and Computing are up significantly at both the undergraduate and graduate areas as a result of strong attention to trying to build the numbers in keeping with our commitments to the Alphon Foundation and to the state of Maine. We are up 4.9% at the undergraduate level and up 10.6% at the graduate level. I would like to add a welcome to two new members of my cabinet. Michelle Rogers has joined us as the Chief of Staff, and she's in the room and maybe can wave. And also John Diamond has come back to us from his retirement to serve as the Chief Marketing and Communications Officer. And then finally, to note with great sadness the passing of Bill Kitchen, the town manager in the town of Machias and a member of our Board of Visitors there. And we will miss him.
Thank you. Thank you. President McDonald, anything more to add?
Well, you heard about the education. Now, I just want to let you know that there are other programs where we are taking up the same outward thrust. In other words, the idea that this is a university for the community. And so we are shifting a bit in social science, and by creating a public policy program that connects us with state and local governments. We're shifting our visual arts program to become an art and design program, which helps students to move into the commercial area. We're working with Maine Health in our health programs to try to be more responsive to the needs of Western Maine in our health program. And finally, we have a grant from the Northern Border Commission of $475,000 for workforce development in the area of outdoor recreation. So the university is not only in education, but in other areas, an outward focusing university, which is, I think, a shift from where we have been in the past.
Great, thank you. Congratulations. President Softly.
Thank you. As you might have heard me say before, we have just welcomed the largest 1L class in almost 20 years. Ultimately, even with the melt, we have 5 flex students and 97 standard schedule students. It's an extraordinary class with excellent credentials. 52% of the students are from outside of Maine. The racial diversity this year is 15%, maybe slightly over. First generation college students reaching law school are at 20% this year, and female identifying students are at 63%. If you stop and think about that for a minute, we have a 1/3 class of males and 2/3 of those people identifying as females. It's a dramatic shift from well, I was there 112 years ago, so we won't get into that any further. The average age of this incoming class is 26. The age range is 20. We have a 20-year-old student starting law school, and the most mature person in the 1L class is 49 years old. We have two of the 3+3 programs, both from USM. Thank you, President Edmondson. There's been some attention there. That's fabulous. We have 27 states represented in this 1L class, 69 different undergraduate institutions, including from the University of Maine, University of Maine at Augusta, University of Maine at Farmington, and the University of Southern Maine. And while I'm at it, I do want to say welcome to AP Mulrooney, who you will all remember was a student member of the board, very active with the board. He wisely took some advice from others in the room and is at Maine Law this year. We're very excited about that. One more thing about this incoming class, I just want to say thank you to the Chancellor, who comes to welcome them every year. This year, he drove to Portland, stayed for an hour, and had to drive immediately back to Orono to make sure that everything was working well. And every time he comes and speaks to the students, our retention rate goes up. I'm annoyed constantly. They just love to hear from him. I'll just tell you quickly, this year, before he spoke, I introduced him. And I said, this is a person who has practiced law. He's been a prosecutor, been a defense attorney. He was a mayor. He was a 2-term governor of Connecticut. And then he spoke and the whole room goes quiet. And these are students who are all having a glass of wine. So having the whole room go quiet is quite interesting. And right behind me, when he finished speaking, the group of students nudged me and one of them said, I'd vote for him. So there you go. I also just quickly want to give my gratitude to Ryan Lowe, who has taken time out of his unbelievably busy calendar to teach some of us who are a bit behind how to use generative AI. And he's incredibly patient, absolutely wonderful. And I'm just really grateful for Ryan's time in helping all of us catch up with this new technology. And that's it from Maine Law. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations on the big class. President Rice.
Thank you. I don't know how I can follow that one, but we do have, I'm really pleased to announce that we have the largest incoming class. We have 2,300 enrolled students right now. About 850 are first-time full-time or otherwise traditional students connected with the campus. 1,168 are in the EuroPace program, already 880 enrolled for the second session, and that's obviously just really getting going for enrollments right now. A really interesting facet of that EuroPace group is 87% of them are now out-of-state or international students, and they represent 58 nations. So just absolutely astounding diversity in regards to the students we're serving all across the world in the EuroPace program. We had a great, great homecoming just this past weekend, and it kind of culminated in the Blue and Gold dinner, where we honored a number of recent graduates or non-recent graduates. But one of those honored was Sharon Roix, and some of you might know her. She's been associated with the institution for over 60 years and was a registrar for quite a length of time. And so that was kind of a wonderful combination honoring of Sharon and roast to Sharon, which she endured with very good equanimity and her kind of usual approach to everything. So, and we'll mention we had a great women's soccer match that afternoon on Saturday, where the women's soccer team beat the NAC conference champions. And it was a wonderful group of young women from places such as Fort Kent, our goalies from Fort Kent. We have kids from Holton, Caribou, Patton, Presque Isle, Ashland, and all over the state. So just wonderful seeing such a collection of people beating the conference champion. And then I would also mention, I want to put a plug in for our food service for Sodexo, just to say how thankful we are for the work they've done over the past bit of time to really, I would always hear like, you know, yeah, food's okay, but man, Fort Kent's is like really doing a great job. So, and I always take that, you know, with aplomb and, you know, maybe a little competitive nature, but it's great to hear students that are back and forth between the institutions or even individuals, because there were individuals at our homecoming that were at Deb's homecoming the week before and really saying the food was awesome at both. And so it's just, I just really pleased for our students, for myself, and, you know, for the institution that they're doing such great service. The last thing I would like to say too is Chunzin Wang, who is just an amazing geologist and faculty at the university, led a group of individuals from the University of Maine, including their president, up to Pennington Mountain, which you've probably heard about. And the rare earth element find that was up there. He's just been doing such tremendous work across this great state, like literally redefining the textbooks in regards to the age and knowledge of the geology of the state of Maine, and just integrally connected to that find up there. At Pennington Mountain, which is near Square Lake, those who know that area, and Joan and I know it very well from the 2 days we spent in the woods going around. So, but just another great example of the work that faculty across this system do, just the absolutely essential work they do, and the collaborations between institutions that make that work possible. So
great,
there's
great, great. Well, thank you all. It's always nice to see such a great start to the semester and hear all these great, happy news. Let's go right back into the weeds. As you know, we've been trying. Did I miss somebody? Sure. Oh, go ahead. Oh, that's right. She's new. That's right. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we didn't do it when we elected her, right?
Yeah. So one other great announcement is to welcome UMFK student Anna McLaughlin as our student representative. We're so pleased to have you, Anna. Anna, stand so everyone can see you. Look at that. There she is. Okay, Anna. Anna is from Chelsea, Quebec, Canada. She's a biology major with concentration in biomedical sciences. She's on the women's soccer team and a captain, student athletic advisory committee president, a member of student senate, writing center tutor, a Bengal executive, senior resident hall assistant. She brings a great deal of enthusiasm and passion to and for UMFK. Welcome, Anna.
Yay. It's clear you have plenty of time to participate in it.
Thank you, Chair.
Great, thank you. Welcome to all our students. Let's go to into the weeds. We are updating our own internal policies to make sure they reflect the appropriate changes in the future. And Trustee Alexander has been leading that effort.
Thank you very much. In your agenda materials under tab 1, you will find the proposed first reading of changes to section 204.1, President Evaluation Process. You'll recall that the board felt that we needed to clarify the board's role with respect to changing or amending or extending contracts with our presidents, and the purpose of these changes is to make the board's role clear. Obviously, any comments now or over the next period of time, prior to the next board meeting would be in order. And you will find this in its final form for adoption at our next board meeting. Questions? Comments? Okay. There does not require a motion on that. Right,
We
so.
will do a motion, but why don't you finish the red line?
Right, so we have two items for final approval, which will require a vote, I believe. That's board policy 213, honorary degrees, and board policy new 416, search and hiring. Both of them appeared in your meeting materials in July, and there have been no changes since that time. And so I would like to take the formal step of getting a board approval, please.
Okay, let me read the motion that the Board of Trustees approve the final version of the edited board policies 213 and 416 as initially presented in red light form at the July 2024 board meeting and provided at the September 2024 board meeting materials in final form. Moved by Trustee Alexander, seconded by Trustee Cates. Any questions, comment? Seeing none, all in favor? All opposed? Abstentions? Seeing none, we'll move on. Thank you
You
very.
need to get Pat.
Oh, and Pat, I'm sorry, Trustee. We need to hear you out loud, Trustee Flood.
Here it is. Yes.
Woo, thank you, thank you. Great. And we will move on to the Chancellor's report.
Very good. I'll try to speed this along. I'm proud to announce that I was able to arrange for good weather for the move-in day. So but it was a spectacular day and a lot of excitement on all of our campuses. Enrollments continue to be up from last year, and on a credit hour basis, all but one of our universities has more credit hours currently scheduled than last year as well. Very happy to see that rebound post-pandemic, and obviously we have a lot of work to do to sustain that going into the next semester and then the following year. But good things have happened thus far. I mentioned in our communication to the trustees and a short communication on Sunday, did attend the Lumina Foundation Forward Together conference and was joined by Jason Judd from Educate Maine, who's here, was with us yesterday. By the way, he has a long history of service to the system, having been a student representative to the trustees and having played other roles. And obviously, Educate Maine does great things for us. Carolyn Dorsey was also in attendance, and President Degler from the community college. There's a lot of interest in what Maine is doing. Had specific discussions with some of the similar states to our own, and quite frankly, states that were very different that were interested, most particularly in our form of accreditation. Homecoming activities have been touched by the president, so I won't go down that road, but those are great celebrations of both the past and the future. And it's good to hear that people have enjoyed those opportunities. I want to just turn one thing attention to is the Board of Agricultural appointments, which I'll turn to Joan in just a moment. But we have a long history of a connection between the University of Maine and the agricultural industry here in the state. We are required to have representatives on that board because of people opting not to continue that work. We had two openings. Dr. Stephanie Burnett and Dr. Philip Fanning are recommended, and I'll turn that over in anticipation of a vote to Joan.
Thank you, Chancellor. And just briefly, the Board of Agriculture was formed by the Maine legislature in 1998 to advise the Chancellor of the system and the President of the University of Maine on the research and education extension needs related to Maine agriculture. We are an active partner with the Board of Ag in their regular meetings, and the two faculty that the Chancellor has mentioned, it's required that there be two research faculty members associated with the University of Maine With our agricultural research mission that they be nominated to serve. Dr. Stephanie Burnett is a professor of horticulture, and Dr. Phil Fanning is an assistant professor of agricultural entomology, both well-known within the state and very active in engaging with our agriculture community. So we're pleased to be able to put those nominations forward.
Great. Okay, with that, I'll read the resolution that the Board of Trustees approves the following 2 research faculty appointments to the UMaine Board of Agriculture: Dr. Stephanie Burnett for a 5-year term beginning 2023, and Dr. Philip Fanning for a 5-year term beginning 2024. Can I have a motion? Moved by Trustee Michaud, seconded by Trustee McCarthy. Comments, questions? All those in favor? All those opposed? Thank you. And Pat, I'm sorry, Trustee Flood.
Yes.
Great, thank you. And do you have more?
We're doing that after lunch.
Yep, okay. Any questions for the Chancellor at this point? All right, let us move on to Carolyn Dorsey, who's up. She's on deck.
Good morning. I have 2 items today, and if it's agreeable, I'd like to flip those and do tab 5 first. Tab 5 relates to some of the board policy work that Trustee Alexander just spoke about. I have a quick update and then an ask of you all. So as a reminder, my update today is on Title IX. Title IX is a federal law that prohibits sex discrimination in educational program that is funded by federal funding. They recently put forth some changes that were intended to be implemented in 2024. There were various groups that opposed some of that, and because of an injunction that recently happened, the DOE is not able to enforce all of the states using the new 2024 regulations. So our system, or the state of Maine, was one of those listed in the injunction. So we are postponing the updating to the new 2024 regulations, but our system, our universities, the law school take Title IX and these regulations and policies very seriously. So I want folks to know that we will continue to follow the current 2020 regulations until we're further advised about next steps. So that's a very, very brief update. But in addition to that, my request for the trustees is that as the board policy review committee are looking at updating the policies, when they get to 402, which is where most of Title IX is covered, it appears as though over the years, elements that really are process or procedure related and next steps, how to do something, and even right down to a person's name, their contact information, their physical address in a building, those things change very quickly. So we're hoping that as you review that, you'll look at that information and decide to move that over into an administrative practice letter or an APL, which is truly where that type of information should be housed, not within board policy. So that's my ask, but I would turn it over to Trustee Alexander if she would like to add any additional comments.
Thank you. And I think that that would be an excellent task for our policy subgroup working group. We will take that up quickly. I will note that one of the issues we'll talk about is section 12 of this document, which purports to summarize the free speech and academic freedom requirements. And what I'm going to recommend is that this section just reference our academic freedom and free speech policies rather than trying to summarize them because of the lack of detail here. But yes, we will take that on and you will hear from us shortly. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Check.
Moving back to tab 4, what I would like to do is have Jeff St. John, Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs, kick off the discussion on the 7 KPIs that we are using to assess our strategic plan.
Thanks, Carolyn. Trustees are very aware that even before the board approved our new system-wide strategic plan in May of 2023, discussions were underway about identifying a set of key performance indicators. The trustees asked for several things, and we believe over time we have come to deliver those things. First and foremost, a short set of indicators that reflect the major content areas of goals in the plan. So we have 7 key performance indicators, and they're in your materials and up on the slides for today. We also have identified a metric attached to each of the KPIs, and that's also part of your materials. And then we began the work of trying to identify target values or projections in areas across the plan, which is more difficult for, in our case, some very positive reasons. As we begin working on the KPIs and then the metrics and then the targets, I don't mean to sound overly simple here, but we've received exceedingly good news in a number of areas of our operations connected to enrollment growth, growth in transfer activity, growth in retention. You heard some of that during the president's sharing this morning, and of course, ongoing success in research, in fiscal responsibility and fiscal management, and in institutional equity and environment, which is the KPI that Vice Chancellor Dorsey is principally responsible for. So we took a little more time to develop those target values, those projections, and we did so in a couple of ways. We use our own university's IPEDS data, the data that we report out nationally, to develop some empirical projections. But we also, of course, needed to account for all of those variables and many more that I just described. And I'll give you one example, and then happy to answer any questions the trustees have about these materials. So for instance, transfer activity. We've had, as noted this morning, a significant growth in the development of articulation agreements and new transfer pathways. That's been true at Farmington, it's been true at USM, it's been true elsewhere. We have the Black Bear Advantage program developed by the University of Maine this past year. We have the system-to-system transfer Maine agreement that Chancellor Malloy and President Daigle signed at the end of July. We also have an increasing number of transfer students coming in university by university, and in particular, significant growth in the Your Pace program at UMPI, which is a wonderful problem to have. Wonderful because it's enrollment growth, a problem because we have really no way to project it with any clarity based on what the level of growth is going to be over time, depending on how many new programs are added and so forth. So all that to say, we've tried as best as possible to account for as many variables as possible, point in time, to establish target values for each of the KPIs, knowing that we may come back to you in the future and say, we've outshot our expectations here or here or here, and so we are slightly revising accordingly. And also in areas where we've been able to do so, at the trustees' request at a prior strategic planning committee meeting, we have identified a range rather than a single number or single target to try to suggest that we may be here or here. These are all good problems to have, but we wanted to explain why after developing the KPIs and the metrics, we took some time through the committee and working with the presidents, the provosts, the vice chancellors, Trustee Kane, institutional research staff, and many others. We've come now to develop target values for the KPIs across the plan. And with that, Carolyn, anything you'd like to add or questions? Yeah, questions we can answer for you?
Trustee Alexander.
Yes, I'm going to go through each of these and ask some questions or maybe suggest some minor amendments. And let me introduce my comments with respect to the introduction here. These, I understand, are selected examples that are being proposed, particularly for the board to monitor pretty closely. And to the extent things need to be discussed, changed, or amended in the future, that's an appropriate approach. But this is not a substitute for what all the substantive committees who will be looking at many of the more detailed aspects of the strategic plan on a regular basis. So just from the public point of view, I wanted this document to be something that could be publicized. And so I'm going to talk about ways to explain some of this in more plain language and present it in a way that would allow the board to communicate to the public about what we're doing. So if you don't mind, I'm going to go through these one by one. So the first one, and by the way, I'm not questioning the decisions about what the goals are, or their, in most cases, the rationale either. I'm just basically trying to get the document in a way that would allow a public presentation. So the first one has to do with the increase in enrollment. And the target rationale correctly describes the source of this, but uses acronym VCASA. And so I would like that spelled out so that the public understands and that I understand exactly what the underlying data source is. That would be helpful. You'll hear that from me in other cases. Retention, which is target number 2, uses the words iPads. I don't know what that means. And I know it's a common thing that the university uses. So spelling that out as something unique to our system or some national database would be very helpful about that. On the workforce and development, I appreciate the fact that we don't have a target value yet, and I very much appreciate the fact that you've suggested that we will see a proposal here in the spring of 2025. Again, AAPR is defined in the action column, so I think I know what that means in the target rationale column. But again, the plain language part of this is my interest in presenting that thing. On research, we have a target value that is not yet set again, and it will be offered to the board in the next November meeting, as I understand it here. Is that still the intent to do that? Right. Okay, I'm fine with that. The rationale is going to be a pilot program, as I understand it. Okay, transfer. The target value is really a wide-ranging percentage growth in transfers. And I understand this is impacted by the Your Pace program. And I'm wondering if we can't set a different target for the system as a whole and UMPI in particular for that program. It's very difficult for me to understand what I'm to be expecting when it's all melded in a 10 to 30% range there. And so I would just ask that what could be done there, I would appreciate it. And then University of Maine system, and that's Maine Community College System. Is that what it is in target rationale? Transfer agreements and Black Bear Advantage Agreement. Again, that's not something the public would understand. So just help us provide a basis for understanding those references. I didn't have any comment on number 6. And on number 7, I had a confusion. The target value is what? It says something about, is this the intended target value that we see a 7% participation increase as a result of the forthcoming survey results? Is that what the intended target is?
Correct, that we will improve over the 2022 survey, that we will increase the rate of participation by 7%, and then the positive ratings for both staff and faculty by 3%.
Okay.
So I can add to that what those totals would be if you'd like.
No, I think that I understand now what you're saying. It may be just my understanding of the way it was said here. In the rationale, what is CUPA?
Coupa is an organization that offers standards around national trends in HR, human resources, so we can spell that out and explain it.
Right. And so the target for 2025 is one thing, but we might see additional targets later based on additional information.
Correct.
Okay. Just making that clear would be helpful for me.
Okay.
And I appreciate all the work that's gone into this. And what I'm hoping is that we have a document that can be standalone, publicly understood and presented. So that was my interest in talking about it. Thank you.
Since Trustee Alexander has started the discussion, are there other trustees with comments on the KPIs that we've been presented, even though we haven't been? Should be, but any other comments, concerns about the KPIs?
Could I just ask one more question
Absolutely.
of the chair? Are we voting on these? How are we approving them? What did the minutes read with respect to our review?
We don't have a motion to approve them at this point. I think this was for introduction.
Correct. Our thought was that it would be for discussion today. Based on the feedback that we received today, we'll meet, revise, and then bring forward in November for a final vote.
Which means speak now so that in November, it's something that you are comfortable voting on.
And I think I would add to what Trustee Alexander said. She mentioned this in her opening, but I would like to just, again, for the public, say that these are the 7 KPIs, the areas that we have identified that we'll bring back before the board. But there was a series of plans, reports, and other things that we're measuring in the strategic plan, and those have all been divided up. They will be handled at the committee level, and they will be included in the committee work plan so that people can see where they are going and what groups will be taking up some of those other metrics. So just a reminder that this is not the extent of the reporting.
And I appreciate that the action of further establishing and investing the system-wide infrastructure to grow research and development, the tasks are related to research learning because it's a system-wide initiative. But I think it's fair to say that the board's interest in retaining our 1 status, while it's 1 university, it's critical to the research endeavor. So that remains a priority.
And it is noted in another section of the
Right.
plan. Yep.
Other comments? This is important work for us as a board to be able to ensure that we stay in our lane and assure the oversight of this important strategic plan and how it's implemented.
I would just close by publicly thanking Trustee Kane, who couldn't be with us today. She's the chair of this committee, and she has worked with us over the last several months to try and fine tune this. And I know she's very passionate about it. And while she is doing some incredible work in Ireland, I think she's also very sad that she's not here today. So I want to thank her for all of her work and commitment to this.
You
Thank
beat me to the punch.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, the strategic planning committee, the work will go into the committees. The committees will have all of these benchmarks. The committees will report back. And the strategic plan itself committee will meet annually. Okay. Now I've got to go back. Now, Vice Chancellor for Finance and Administration, Ryan Lowe. I know. It's weird.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just 2 items. This morning, I'm going to talk a little bit about investment results and then a quick show and tell. The managed investment pool with a market value of $373 million at the close of July saw a gain of 1.5% for the month. We estimate that the MIP gained another 1.8% for the month of August based on index returns. The pension fund in July with a market value of $17.5 million saw a gain for the month of 1.2%. The gain for August is estimated to be about 1.5%. And then finally, the operating fund with a July market value of $261 million saw a gain of 1.1% for the month with a return of about $3 million or $550,000 over our annual budget. We estimate another gain in August of approximately 1%. So good start to the fiscal year, but again, as you know, things have been pretty volatile day to day. So we'll see how that goes as we progress forward. I did want to show a couple of quick tools that we have recently created with the CIO's help. if you've had a chance, if you're a staff member or member of the public or trustee and you've tried to navigate the administrative practice letter page, it can be challenging. If you know your section, I know section 3 pretty well, so I can find a finance topic pretty quickly. But if I'm looking for something else, it can be a challenge even for someone that's been in the system for as long as I have. And so we created this chat bot that you see up on the right side of the page now. It is up and available for anyone. What I'll say about it is that the chat bots that run these type of operations are it's not the same as the latest chat GPT model, and the goal, and we don't want that. What we want is a model that is focused on returning results consistent with the information we uploaded. So we upload the policy, and then we want the bot to go look at that policy. We don't want the bot to go 2 steps over and start giving you retirement advice and things like that. And so it's very focused. And if you know what you're looking for, you'll get there 95% of the time. Like any AI issue, 5% of the time, you'll scratch your head and wonder how it came up with that answer. But again, 99% of the time when that happens, if you say, really, it will correct itself on the second time around. So super great tool. We're a little behind, so I won't do any demos, but as I mentioned to some of you yesterday, this is the perfect example where you can go in and you can be as specific as, I am a student, I've been in Maine for 10 months. Am I eligible for in-state tuition? And it will say, hopefully, it will say that you need to be in Maine for 12 months for purposes other than education. So based on your quick summary, you are likely not eligible, but these are all determined on an individual basis. So please follow up. We try to put that please follow up message in there every time. We're trying to point people in the right direction, but we're not promising it's going to give you the best advice 100% of the time. And part of that is because as we test this, we find gaps in our own policy. If you ask a question and you don't get an answer, maybe it means that we don't have a policy in that area. The other thing that we've found is sometimes, to Trustee Alexander's point, sometimes we use acronyms. Sometimes we use the same term and have multiple meanings for it. And so you're asking for this meaning over here on the left, and it gives you this one over here on the right, so that it's not that it's wrong. It's just we haven't maybe clarified the policy as well as we could have.
Vice Chancellor, you've done such incredible work on this. I think show and tell is appropriate. You can do an example.
You want to type? Yeah, so maybe we'll put you on the spot. So why don't you type in that you want to bring a kangaroo to campus as an emotional support animal, and you want to know what the approval process is. And then we'll just keep our fingers crossed. If we do these AI demos live, they're always dangerous. And so what I found with this one is I've got the right answer about 95% of the time. But this is one, a good example. It sits in the academic affairs policies, I think. And so I've also gotten answers. Let's see, did we get it correctly? Yeah, so we didn't get a great answer that time. So this is the 5%. So what it will walk you through the policy. It will give you a link. I promise it will do that. Let's bring up the policy manual one, which is just the other tab. So again, kind of same kind of concept here. This one's actually a little bit easier to navigate because the APLs can wander and they can go in different directions. The board's policy manual, as you'll see in that kind of initial table of contents that we provide you, is really super clearly labeled. And so, you can say, tell me more about section 200, tell me more about the duties of the clerk of the board, and it will give you the exact language that came back. So these are pretty cool tools that we put together. We did both of these in less than a day. I think we did the board policy manual one. Literally probably took less than a half an hour from start to finish to getting it up online. And so now, we're having lots of conversations across the university system where are places where we can use tools like this, whether it's outward facing to the public or even something internal. You've got an internal team. And so let's put some policies out there and provide some of these tools to our staff and students and faculty.
It's great. Those of us who've been lost in the weeds, it's terrific. Thank you. Trustee Keats.
Thank you. This is terrific. Maybe following up on the discussion we just had about KPIs, maybe the next project for you at 4 a.m, when I know you work on these things, might be to load the strategic plan and the KPIs, and we could noodle around that as well.
Yeah, we've done that a little bit. One of the custom GPTs that I put together is dedicated to the strategic plan. So if you have a chat GPT account and you're interested, I'll send you the link. But we uploaded the strategic plan, we uploaded the KPI documents, we uploaded the board minutes. And so you can go in there and you can ask any, I missed a meeting. Well, what meeting did you miss? And it will give you the minutes. It will give you all the KPI information as well. And so maybe we do a little show and tell at the next meeting of that.
Right. Any other questions? Yep. Trustee
Two quick
McCarthy.
Things. Roger, that's a great question, because I think one of the roles of the work group is how can we build tools for us as an example for others? And so like any ideas like that, we can talk about, Vice Chancellor Lowe is going to be involved, as you can imagine, in this. And so that's important. And two is, Ryan said this, but I think it's he built one of these in 20 minutes, which would have taken months of a contractor to build, or like other things in the past. Is a wild change in how these things can happen. And was subtle, but I think it's really important to think about the difference we're living in.
And the efficiencies, yeah. Great.
And then finally, if I could, try to get a chance to do this every 3 or 4 years when we come to Farmington, but just want to echo all the comments of the folks from Farmington. As I've had the privilege of saying before, I came here as a wandering 23-year-old 31 years ago. You don't think about Farmington as a place where you'd find a lot of 23-year-olds, but, just absolutely the best thing that ever happened to me. Everything in my life I owe to this campus, and was super excited a couple of weeks ago to drop off my daughter here. Got a chance to see her again this morning. So I just couldn't say enough great things about this campus.
That's great. That's
Thank
great.
you.
And it is true that your alums and your students are your best marketers. Great. And now we'll turn our attention to the Chief Information Officer's report. We've all been eagerly awaiting an update on the Unified Catalog. Robert.
Thanks so much. Thank you all. What a long couple of days for you all. So just wanted to say my personal thanks for your service to the state. What a great added value to us all. So yes, I'm here today to talk about the Unified Catalog and repaving, all the work that we've been doing together over a number of years. I chased everybody out of the room.
IT is very exciting.
Yeah. Dr. St. John and I presented to you last time sort of a quick update on where we were on Unified Catalog. And we tried to express to you what a combination of projects this is. There's a number of things. It's not one thing. It's not one technology or one project. And a few of you said, it would be great is if we had a cohesive document that had everything in it with all of the statuses and timelines and so forth. And so if you look in your board packet, we have done that. And in reflecting of that, there are 18 major projects that are ongoing and or completed based on this work from, starting 2 years ago. Looking on page 6, you can see that original timeline where in 2022, we stood up a website. We started to look at transfer agreements. We started to think about all the elements that are needed to get this project underway. And in fact, one I didn't mention in here that was so significant and such a painful effort by our colleagues here at UMF was going from 4 to 3 credit hours. So they had to completely remodel their entire system, all their courses. And that effort was to support this effort. So you can't have transfer if your courses don't transfer. I mean, that's the bottom line. And so that was very much a lot of work, a lot of risk. They wondered how it would impact, student behavior in terms of enrollment, all of those things. So it was so gratifying to hear this morning that they're starting to see the fruits of that change, with all of those new students coming in. So I'm emphasizing that because of those 18 projects, you can go through that list. I won't go through them one by one. And you'll see some need to be strengthened. We've sort of lost focus on something. We don't quite have good status update on it, or we need to go back, circle back to see where we are. Some of the things in there are labeled as ongoing because the transfer agreements, just as an example, you don't just do one and they go into a filing cabinet and it's done forever. Math faculty, for example, they're gonna have to get back together every couple of years to say, our course is still aligned, so that work is sort of a revolving and needs to be reviewed as we go along and mature in this process. So you can see all of those 18. I mentioned a few times to you all that there's some technological things that we need to reevaluate, replan. And they're really contained in the bottom part of additional recommendations. And they pull it all together. But they were scheduled out for when we get everything else done. We are rethinking that. We are going to do it now. And it will take us some steps. So the first step in there is we've already implemented a tool in our student system for the campuses to do some degree audit cleanup. So what that is, and I just want to take a moment to describe how complex that is. Every single program we have, whether it's a math degree or a business degree or nursing degree, the students will come in and they have a roadmap. Here are all the courses you need to take. Here are all the boxes you need to check. And it's not just they've got, 20 classes and it's really clean. It's, well, you can take this and you can sub this and you can have this gen ed and okay, you're bringing in these community college transfer credits. They're going to map this way. And so the system has to track all that. And it has to be, there's automagic processing behind the scenes there. And it can only work if the data is clean and accurate and up to date to the degree plans. So there is a group. They're represented by all the campuses, and they are focused and working on this. So tools in place, they can pull the reports out to say, is our data clean? Where are our pain points? But then they have to go into the records and clean things up if they're not. So, so that work is underway. Again, the systems are there for them to do this, but it will just take time. So some campuses are further along than others. I have reinitiated the focus on that work and told them that really the entire system is counting on them to wrap that up by the spring. So the next two elements build off that. So the next system is a course and degree auditing tool. So this adds just that next layer of where the students can run an audit to see where they are, what they have left, what courses they have available that can meet those requirements. But that tool doesn't work if the beginning step isn't done, you see. So in the spring, we will kick off getting that tool finalized and up and running and being ready for, the completion of the cleanup data. And then on top of that is the bow that ties all of this unified catalog work together, which is the system where the students really start to see the complete benefit of this. They will see a universal course search, which we already have one option there, but it's going to be better. They'll be able to see a degree plan and work with that degree plan in a very intuitive sort of way that will also allow them to, if they're not even one of our students yet, they're a community college student, they will be able to see, here are my classes for my community college. How does that transfer into Augusta or Farmington or so forth? And you see what a positive effect we've had on Farmington in terms of getting their systems ready and the foundation to be able to transfer more students in. Now, all of a sudden, they have this opportunity for all this adult degree completion work. Because at the end of the day, that's really the student we're trying to do all this for. It's not the traditional student comes to UM and they stay in the dorms and they just complete their degree in 4 years. We can do that. It's the student has a lifetime of courses we need to pull in and find out how they roadmap in. And then they need to take special courses from around the system and they can just grab those courses and so forth. So anyways, appreciate everyone's work on this. There was lots of folks who contributed to the document. My team understands the urgency So I will say fast a lot when I talk to you. I also say a sense of urgency a lot, and they understand that that's the direction we're going to go. Unified catalog as a collection of projects is our priority. We are not going to drop the ball, lose focus, and so forth. There's a lot of other stuff going on. You've heard from everybody today about some important project, but in terms of my team and the folks that I work with around the system, I'm going to keep coming back to this and driving this. And so when I report to you in November, I'll give you another status update on some of the key elements. But the thing we need to pay attention to the most right now is because it builds the next foundation, is getting the degree information cleaned up.
I understand this is an iterative process.
Yes.
But what's your expectation? When should we see a unified catalog?
So those last 4, data systems that really make it useful to students, what we have targeted is launching that in the fall. That might even be in the summer. It really drops into place when we get the data cleaned up by spring. And if we could do that earlier, and some of the campuses might even be ready for that, we could start turning the systems on for them sooner than that. But that is the sort of the linchpin. But again, there are things that will never be finished because there will be, a cycle of them that we can continue to improve. So, but in terms of the actual tool where you can see a tangible tool where a student, can say, I'm going to grab this course, or that kind of thing, is our idea is fall.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Yep. Yeah, Vice Chancellor St. John.
I've said this to Ryan 8 times, so he's tired of it, but I want the trustees to understand Robert has advanced the technical dimensions of this project more in 90 days than we've seen in the last 3 years. That's no criticism against anyone in IT, but he has absolutely transformed this entire initiative and brought it to a point where we're now projecting really 2 years in advance of where I thought we could launch based on where we were before Ryan was wise enough to lure Robert back to our fold. So I want to say he's done extraordinary work.
And this is a board that was very happy to hear fall expectation. That's great.
Good.
That's great. Thank you. Anybody else, comments, questions? Thank you, Robert.
Thank you.
Don't burn out. You've all seen Kelly's means of transportation. That is not the biolab. It's the biolab is slightly smaller. The biolab is slightly smaller. And Carolyn will fill us in. We have an opportunity over lunch to see the biolab and wanted to put it in context.
I think that was directed toward me because last night quickly I went over and almost went into Kelly's RV thinking that it was the biolab. I had the door almost all the way open when I realized there was no signage. And so I walked away. So thank you for reminding everyone of that. I'm very pleased today to be joined by Jason Judd, who you heard about earlier, who also joined us at Lumina. Jason is the executive director of Educate Maine. And what I asked him to come up and do is offer an explanation to you all about the Maine Biolab. You've heard about it before. We have, you voted to financially support this project along with some of our other higher education and industry partners. And so I'll let him explain about it and that it's here today and that we hope that you all get a chance to tour. So I will just turn it over.
Great. Thanks so much. I'm excited to be here. As Carolyn said, I'm Jason Judd. I'm the Executive Director of Educate Maine. I'm also a proud Farmington alum and was part of the teacher ed program back in the early 2000s. So exciting to be presenting the biolab today on this campus. I was also a student representative to the Board of Trustees. So sort of a full circle moment here in this room. And hopefully we'll see many other student representatives sort of come full circle and be living and working and leading in the state of Maine specifically. So hopefully you've heard a little bit about Educate Maine. We're a business-led education nonprofit. Our mission is so similar to yours. Our mission is to increase education attainment of Maine people to make sure they can have great jobs here in our state. So we partner with the university and each one of the campuses on a whole variety of different programs. The one we're going to talk about today is the Maine Mobile Biolab. specifically, and we brought that mobile laboratory to this campus so that you folks could see it, and also many of the pre-service teachers and faculty and others could interact with the lab and our educators on the lab over the next couple of days. So I'm just going to spend a couple minutes talking about it. I think my colleague, Kate Howell, passed out some handouts with some slides for reference. She's our Director of Workforce Partnerships, and I'll let her say hello in just a couple of minutes. But this idea of this mobile STEM laboratory came because educators across the state came to us and said, we need more support, especially in our rural classrooms, that folks are teaching STEM that have not necessarily been through sort of a full pathway to teach STEM because of the significant teacher workforce needs that you heard about as a theme throughout the morning. And they came to us and said, we'd love to have more support to get cutting edge equipment, curriculum, as well as experts in our rural classrooms. And we're not able, because of the bus shortage, the bus driver shortage, we're not able to always get kids, on campuses or at employers. So we'd love it if you came to us. So sort of this little idea about a year and a half ago, thanks to the support of Senator Collins and Senator King, and a CDS request was able to happen. So today on our campus, we have a 52-foot mobile laboratory that was built and developed over the last 12 months or so. We really did this because of the STEM needs of our educators, but also because we know that life sciences jobs are growing significantly in our state. Right now, there's over 9,000 current life science jobs in our state at 450 different companies. We know many of them, folks like IDEX, Maine Health, and others. And we also know that life science jobs have sort of a 6-to-1 multiplier. So for every company that we attract to come to Maine in the life sciences, one life sciences job actually creates 6 other jobs supporting. So it's one of those sectors that's we want more growth in that particular area. So this project's really focused on rural schools. It travels to a different middle school each and every week, and it partners with middle school STEM teachers. And actually, we bring 2 educators that are there at that school each week to give high quality hands-on lessons to middle school students. And really, this is all about building that STEM pipeline. We know that middle school kids, middle school students, during middle school is oftentimes when they decide, are they going to pursue a STEM occupation or are they going to go in a different direction? And our work in partnership with you folks as one of our founding partners is to make sure that more young people across the state have high quality STEM experiences, are well prepared for campuses across the university, and more of them choose STEM as their pathway specifically. So we're really excited about the project, and at lunchtime, you're going to be able to see it, experience it just for a few minutes. But we will also make sure to share with the board and the staff sort of the schedule for the entire academic year, because this lab does travel to each and every county, and there's lots and lots of opportunities for you to see it, to participate, and make sure that schools you might be connected to are a part of it. So I wanted to pass it over just for a minute to my colleague, Kate Howell. She leads this project, and she's just going to talk just for a minute or two about the curriculum and sort of the next steps to sort of get you ready to experience the lab in person.
Thank you so much for having me. As Jason said, I'm Kate Howell. I'm the Director of Workforce Partnerships at Educate Maine. This program is very exciting. It's very close and near and dear to my heart as I've helped bring it to fruition, and excited to share a little bit more. So all of the lessons that we have on board with our educators are all NGSS aligned, and also aligned with the Maine learning results. The lessons cover a lot of different areas and are also specifically focused on integrating across STEM. So a lesson that focuses on body systems and brain health also is part of an engineering design challenge. So students design a helmet. So things that they might be thinking about or involved in, things that they can see in their everyday life. A lesson that focuses on water quality and microscopic sampling might also engage in data sampling and graphing. So you see a lot of different pieces integrating across lessons so that students can really see where they might find their own little passions and what they're excited about, even throughout one lesson. This summer, we were also able to visit even more communities than the original 12 schools that we participated in our pilot term. We visited Lewiston, Auburn in partnership with Tree Street Youth and the Rec Department. So we were creating a space for STEM learning amid summer camp activities where science students learned the science of ice cream, the chemistry of making slime. You'll see one of those pictures, dirty hands in your packet. And we also participated in a lot of community STEM nights that invited partnerships to have students come with their parents and younger students to help explore that. One example was working with Maine 4-H to do programming in Piscataquis County. So we've really been able to reach a lot of communities, but on the last page, you'll see the map of where we've been and where we're headed. We received feedback during that pilot term that just had so much positivity and excitement and requests for coming back already. So we know that the need is out there, the desire for this type of programming is out there. We're going to visit 29 schools, this year, which kicks off next week. After we leave here, we're headed directly to our first school. And that's almost 3 times as many schools as we went to in our pilot term. But double the amount of schools that we accepted applied. And so we know that teachers, students, and the communities are really excited about this program. And the funding from the University of Maine system has made it possible so far. And we know that the continued support will just help us so immensely and really be able to see the impact of our life science ecosystem across the workforce engagement and across enrollments in STEM programs at universities. As has been mentioned, we would like to welcome all of you to come down and tour the lab, experience a little bit of a quick demo. It's just a couple 2-minute walk away. And so happy to lead a group when you break for lunch or after you eat, if that's more convenient. There's also signs and we'll be there throughout the early afternoon to welcome any and all of you to come participate. Thank you so much.
So I'd like to thank Jason and Kate for joining us. I'd also would like to urge you, if you can, to take the tour. As Kate just said, it will be here. So if you don't have time during lunch, but you can go after the meeting. The Chancellor, as you can tell from the photos, the Chancellor, myself and Jen O'Leary had the opportunity to participate with some middle school teachers when they rolled out in Bangor, I believe we were. And it was really nice because unexpectedly when we went there, one of the teachers working with the students was someone who was working on their final hours of a practicum or an experiential learning for one of our universities in an education program. So it was great to have her there and see how she was learning and bringing this into the middle school curriculum. So I just urge you to take a tour and then also help us all think about ways that we can engage further with Educate Maine, but also in advancing efforts to the middle school level. We heard great things about what early college is doing, but we also need to move that out of the high school and into the middle school and start building those relationships and that awareness at an even earlier age. So thank you very much. And
Can I just ask, I know we'll have time for questions on the tour, but so a teacher, I'm intrigued by, you go to a rural school that doesn't have a rich STEM curriculum.
Yeah.
Students participate and get all excited, but there's not a rich curriculum. What's the transition? How do you support them?
Yeah, we support them from before we come. So what happens is there's a sort of they request a visit and then we sort of publish a school schedule, and Kate will correct me if I get any of this wrong. And then our staff meet with those teachers ahead of the visit and they are able to actually select a set of different lessons for that experience that were there throughout the week that fits in with a unit that they're doing or that they're particularly excited about, or give them a preview of a unit that's a little bit later in the year. And then we have those 2 educators there working hand in hand with those local teachers on the lab throughout the week. And then we continue to do follow-up activities with those teachers after the visit. So it's not sort of we just show up and have a fun field trip day, but we're really sort of bringing together this STEM ecosystem and supporting the educators with robust curriculum, both during the week. And then they also have a whole set of lessons that they can implement after the lab leaves that again are aligned with NGSS and the Maine learning results. So there's a lot of great opportunity. And I think there's a lot of great opportunity to them to then have those teachers partake in your certificate programs, your degree programs, to really have that robust STEM background that we know that is needed in so many of our rural schools.
That's great. Okay, well, we actually have time before lunch. Lunch is 12:15, so those who want to take the tour, some of us have a little PTSD about anything STEM related, but but off we go. We have time now. We'll eat at 12:15. So why don't we wrap up, take our break, and make the tour available. Thank you very much for the opportunity. And we will be back for lunch at 12:15, and we're pretty much back on schedule. So here, right here. Okay, so great. All right, thank you. Oh, signage, we can read. We like signage.
So we should be pretty good to go.
forget his name. What's his name? The tech guy? Greg. Hey, Greg. That biolab was cool. It was cool. I couldn't make. Okay, why don't we get going? Can we reconvene, please?
I couldn't make the pencil turn different colors either.
Okay. I would like to know that I am my batting average is one, since I'm doing baseball, is 100%. This is supposed to change colors when you, but it doesn't for me because it's science. Well, the biolab was fabulous. Thank you very much. What a resource. Okay, let's get back on our agenda, and we are moving to tab 9. The esports arena construction budget increase. President Edmondson.
Thank you, Chair Riley. And so the esports arena was approved by the Board of Trustees, and we had some additional costs that are associated with this particular project. I'm just getting my notes here. Initially, the project was estimated to cost $750,000, and it was based on a preliminary estimate provided by the designer of the original plans following a generous gift by Town and Country Federal Credit Union. As we moved the project forward, after getting that board authorization, the full scope and needs of the space became more clear. Most notably that the critical HVAC system improvements would be necessary to make the sports space usable and the project viable. And so that added considerably to the costs. And so we are asking for approval to increase the cost of the project overall, and that will involve having an internal loan from the University of Maine system while we continue to do the fundraising over a 3-year period to cover the additional costs for the project.
And I would remind everybody that all of these resolutions have come through long deliberations in committee and come to us now through that process. Are there any questions or concerns about this proposal? Seeing none, that the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the FFT committee and authorizes the University of Maine system acting through the University of Southern Maine to increase the budget from $750,000 to $1,625,000 to be funded through a UMS loan of up to $875,000 for the renovation of the lower area of the Brooks Dining area for an esports arena located on the Gorham campus of the University of Southern Maine. Could I have moved by Trustee Cates, seconded by Trustee Martin. Comments, questions? All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Trustee Flood.
Yes.
Thank you. Moves us to tab 10, the Kelly Commons boiler replacement. President Rice. Kelly Commons. You know that boiler replacement? It comes from a great deal of deliberation in the committee, but
That was not his fault.
Thank you, Chair Riley. Yes, we are looking to engineer, design, and install new boilers and an HVAC system that is sorely needed for our Kelly Commons building, which is the hub of the campus that includes obviously our dining facilities and a number of public meeting places. So the engineering plans are in place but need to go out to bid. Cost estimates are looking to be about 1.5 million, and we budgeted 625,000, and additional funding will be coming from the Skyway proceeds, which should basically complete the funds we need. And the Skyway proceeds looks like they will be forthcoming as those discussions continue to move forward. So we're requesting of the board approval to move forward with our plans here as outlined.
great. Any questions for President Rice? Comments? Seeing none, that the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the FFT committee and authorizes the University of Maine system acting through the University of Maine at Presque Isle to spend up to $1.5 million to replace 2 boilers in Kelly Commons. Could I have a motion? Moved by Trustee Misha, seconded by Trustee Cates. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
I'll say
Oh,
focus.
Pat, I keep doing this. Trustee Flood.
Yes. Excuse me, yes.
I promise not to be distracted by board members in the future.
It is. We totally understand. Tab 11, Mallet restroom budget increase. Those of us who took the tour saw this work in progress. President
Yes.
McDonald.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, we are requesting $500,000 to complete the renovation of Mallet. We've discovered as we began the renovation that more work needed to be done, and that we had the same problem in Purington, and we've completed that. We did set aside $500,000 for this purpose, and we are looking for the board to approve this so that we can complete the renovation.
Questions or comments? Seeing none. That the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of FFT Committee and authorizes the University of Maine System acting through the University of Maine at Farmington to increase the construction budget up to $500,000, making the total project budget $3.2 million to renovate the restrooms and replace the failing plumbing infrastructure at Mallet Hall. Do I have a motion? Moved by Trustee Cates, seconded by Trustee Michaud. Trustee Flood.
Yes.
All others, those in favor, those opposed, abstentions. Great. The Sustainable Aquaculture Workforce and Innovation Center, SOAC.
So, yes, thank you. We are requesting authorization to expend $9,565,000 for the construction and completion of this facility, SAWIC, the Sustainable Aquaculture Workforce and Innovation Center at the University of Maine. The board had approved $1.5 million previously for the design, and now this is for the construction. This new building will be a place where essentially research and development and workforce development come together in a facility where students will be working on actual systems and instruments that are vital to the aquaculture industry in the state of Maine as it grows. And we're very excited. Funding coming from multiple sources, Maine Jobs and Recovery Plan, congressionally directed spending secured by Senator Collins, as well as Senator King, and then a number of other kinds of investments. So we appreciate your consideration.
Great. Questions, comments? The Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the FFT and authorizes the University of Maine System, acting through the University of Maine, to increase the authorization to expend an additional $9,565,000 for a total expenditure of up to $11,065,000 for the construction and completion of an approximately 14,200 square foot facility to house Sustainable Aquaculture Workforce and Innovation Center. Do I have a motion? Moved by Trustee Michaud, seconded by Trustee Cates. Trustee Flood.
Yes.
All others, all those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? I note one abstention. Thank you. From Trustee Loring. Okay, let's move to tab 13 and invite Seth Goodall to join us. This is our opportunity to get an update from our last, we heard about the Maine Center 6 months ago, and this is an update to get a sense of where we are, where we're headed in advance of an authorization of some further funding. Welcome, Seth.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. It's wonderful to be here. As the Chair said, I'm really here to do 3 things today. One is provide you an update on what the Maine Center is and how we're doing. Number 2, we're going to talk about the building project. And importantly, and I know that other leaders, including President Softly and President Mundi, and as well as the Chancellor and others, have given you an update over the years about the Maine Center. But it's important that we have a discussion around the numbers at a high level, because in the future, we will be coming in front of the board for more than $5 million. We recently appeared in front of the FFT committee seeking approval for less than $1 million. So I'll touch briefly on that. Then lastly, just about at a high level, what happens when some of the dollars runs out that is paying for important positions as part of the Maine Center, those so-called contingent liabilities. So let me jump right into it. If we go to the second slide, the third slide, actually, if I think about my numbers, or 4th slide, I'll get there. Here we go. So at the Main Center, we have four main focus areas. First and foremost, at the core is our interdisciplinary graduate degrees and programs. So across law, business, public policy, and now we're really excited about the future of engaging computing and engineering. So the Maine College of Engineering and Computing. Second, we have our professional development exec ed. Candidly, we're building this out. There is a core underpinning right now, which you'll see in a few minutes, but we're really excited about really having responsive programming to Maine's economy, but also having really impact much further than just Maine in terms of some of the efforts we put in place. In addition to that, we're actively building out a hub of entrepreneurship and innovation, especially with our expansion of 7 Custom House. And then lastly, really becoming known as a center of convening and really knowledge sharing, not only in person, but also through digital and other media. If we move on to the next slide. As you all know, we're very pleased, and you heard some of these numbers earlier today. The numbers on the slide reflect last year's census, but I look forward to really updating, and it's a good news story once the census takes place in October. But our 4 core programs, the University of Maine School of Law, you heard President Softly speak earlier today, growing enrollment, the bar passage is up in terms of placement and jobs following graduation, but also in terms of the contributions to the programming. We're very excited about the 4 certificates that they offer, as well as them working on and building out, hopefully to be launched in 2025, an online Master's of Legal Studies. The Maine Graduate School of Business is complementing those nearly 300 law students that are in residence, albeit they are overwhelmingly online, nearly 400 students on an active basis. Increasingly, Executive Dean Harkins, as well as who he succeeded, Norma Riley, working, having increased opportunities for being in person through things such as a Maine MBA Academy capstone course and other programming. In addition to that, working closely with our partners, the University of Southern Maine Muskie School of Public Service, especially in terms of concentrations that they're offering, as well as the law school, amongst others. USM's Muskie School of Public Service, still housed and home on the Portland campus. However, really a good partner in growing their engagement at the Maine Center through meetings and other engagements, including exploring greater collaborations on programming. Work closely with them on 4 MBA concentrations. In addition to that, really growing strong and strengthening the MPBM and MPH programs. In addition to that, really leveraging their expertise and really strong brand in the greater Maine community around public policy and public service. We're excited about the Maine College of Engineering and Computing. This is still very much in its infancy, but working closely with the dean and other partners to really explore opportunities. We do envision at first that we focus mainly on industry at the Maine Center through professional education, and then growing that out for more curriculum opportunities. But you really see an opportunity to be responsive to Maine's economy, especially with not only utilizing the strengths of the R1 University and bringing those into Greater Portland through the Maine Center, but also through their professional programming and curriculum in the future. All these programs are supported through the generosity of the Harold Alfond Foundation, including through scholarships, internships, and externships, as well as a growing platform of leadership development that we're building out. If we want to move on to the next slide, please. A lot of words, and I won't read the news out here to you all, but I know that you all read these in advance. I'll just hit the high levels. One is we really want to build out a executive ed and professional development suite of courses. We can't be everything to everybody. We want to be very relevant to Maine's economy and Maine's employers, but also have the opportunity to expand greater than Maine and some of our offerings to help drive revenue, reputation, and brand. Right now, there's some great examples. The Privacy Law Institute that takes place, delivered by University of Maine School of Law. In addition to that, they have certificates in compliance. Jason Harkins, the Executive Dean of the Maine Business School, offers Build a Better Maine, a leadership development programming at the Maine Center. In addition to that, there's many examples of smaller but very impactful, specialty programming curated by different university partners. We want to expand this into more of a formal offering, 3 to 5 topics, something that is very relevant, also plays to the strengths of the University of Maine system without necessarily building, of course, more faculty and staff. We want to leverage what we have in place. We believe this can be offered online and in person. In addition to that, it really has the opportunity to bring in revenue to help fund the main center, along with other participating universities in the system. If we want to move forward, the hub of entrepreneurship and innovation, that third pillar you heard me speak about, this is really exciting. And I'll get into a little bit more from a physical space standpoint when we talk about the building. But with the addition, thanks to the support of the Alphon Foundation and the endorsement and approval of the trustees, able to acquire the rights to 7 Custom House, this is providing additional space to really be a hub, a place for entrepreneurship and innovation. Working very closely with the University of Maine and very thankful for their support, including leveraging the $2.4 million congressional directed spending, thanks to the leadership of the entire Maine delegation, but especially Senator Collins, working closely with Jake Ward and Cody Van Renman on the overall layout of that. We're excited about, and that will likely take place on the 3rd floor, a real innovation hub focused on small businesses. What are we going to do? One, we're going to provide small business counseling and training. Number 2, really an ecosystem of support for startups and high growth companies. And we're going to do that through accelerators, incubators, as well as what many people would refer to as a venture studio. In essence, a collaboration of founders and entrepreneurs and high growth companies that really want to work and partner together. And then lastly, as you heard before, we're very excited about in the near future, the launch of a business law clinic. What is a business law clinic? It is a collaboration between the University of Maine School of Law and the Maine Graduate School of Business. Those students working together under the guidance, counsel, and leadership of both a lawyer as well as a business professional, working with high growth companies to help them grow and scale. Students over the course of a semester working on their business, and also incorporating mentors from the greater business community. This is an example that would not happen without UMS Transforms, without the Maine Center funding from the Alphon Foundation. And there's going to be 2 positions that will also have indirect benefits for the University of Maine system, but specifically for the Maine Center through outreach into the greater business community, as well as overall kind of economic initiatives, as well as research and other things that could come from that. So we're excited about that launching next year. R&D innovation, you heard me speak a little bit about that, but one thing I really want to stress is that, as you heard me say, similar to executive ed and professional development, we want to leverage what we have. We don't necessarily need to be recreating. How do you take these strengths and build off them, whether at University of Southern Maine, whether that University of Maine in Orono, or maybe even a program here at University of Maine in Farmington, where you have an opportunity to leverage expertise and to deliver a program in Portland where I wouldn't have had the chance to do so otherwise. And obviously, we got to grow and modernize with certain programs, but those are some of the things that we're looking at. Lastly, on that note, you heard me mention R1 University. We're really excited about providing a space, a hub, a connection point for greater activity in the commercial center of Maine in Portland for commercialization and tech transfer. That effort is a big focus of the University of Maine, and it's also a focus to really leverage that at the Maine Center in Portland. We want to move on to the next slide. Center of Convening and Knowledge Sharing. We have the opportunity to take our very unique location in the Old Port in Portland and not only provide a space, because that is important, but really take our talents and curate programming that's relevant, not only to the University of Maine system, its employees, its staff, and very importantly, the students, but also the greater community. You think about artificial intelligence, that was discussed earlier today. That's a perfect example where you can bring together the disciplines of law, business, policy, and engineering and computing, and you can deliver a program that's extremely relevant and it needs to be topical and timely for the greater community. It doesn't always have to be in a 500-seat auditorium. It could be smaller and really in-depth immersive, or it could even be, as we all know, a 101 level course that really educates people on what the topic is and how do you move forward to enhance your business, whether that be for-profit, nonprofit, or a government institution, or academia. That's just one example of many. Yes, we also think there's revenue opportunities for this space. You see on the right-hand side, our hope is to have this space on the 7 Custom House side of the building. The views are amazing. It has really good access. We're seeking to really enhance it through the opportunity of design principles from the architect Harriman, who has now come on board. So there's much more opportunity there, and also to leverage the existing spaces at 300 4th Street. And how do you connect those? Not only through physical corridors and spaces, but also through digital means. So you could have larger conferences and breakout space. But that's really leveraging what the main center is all about, that multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary approach. If you want to move forward, thank you. The next topic is really creating one main center building. But let me first just talk about governance. If you want to move to the next slide while I do that, please. As you heard me say, the main center has been here numerous times over the years. We wouldn't be here without the generosity of the Harold Alfond Foundation, as well as the support of the trustees, as well as candidly also the state government and the legislature based on the funding that has come in. We are now in a phase where we're going to be building out and renovating 7 Custom House. We have spent nearly $300,000 to date under management authority per policy to make improvements to the 2nd floor. There's 2 other steps, as you know, per policy. If under $1 million, must go to FFT, which we did in August, and we received the approval to kick off the design phase. The second step is once you exceed $5 million, of course, we come back to you with a full outline of what we're doing. But it's also important that we preview the initiative with you as well, so you can ask questions, learn, as well as follow-up questions. So even though we've been here before, we want to make sure that this presentation today serves a bit as a preview of what we'll be asking for in the near future. We do not know the specific number yet because the architects, Harriman, came on board in late August, and we hope to have the true dollars late in the year, early 2025, and then returning. It will be greater than $5 million. But what is really good to know is that we already have approximately about $8.5 million in funding for the main center renovations. We're going to focus that internally. And then we also believe that there will be some external improvements over time, as we knew when we purchased the building. When we leased the building. We plan on purchasing both buildings in 2026. And as you see there, the purchase price is $17 million for the 300 4th Street, and then $20 million for 7 Custom House. And this would not happen without the funds that have been set aside from the Harold Alfond Foundation. We're very fortunate of that, and it also allows us to pay for associated transactional costs as well as occupancy costs prior to buying the buildings in 2026. We hope to go into construction in 2025, next year. There's a robust stakeholder process that's underway across all of our universities, including all of our core universities as part of the main center, that is. So Maine Law, University of Maine, as well as the University of Southern Maine. In addition to that, we're also incorporating folks from outside of the university system, the community, to really make sure we're an inclusive building that's representative of what we all want as a system, but also is reflective of what could really help and grow not only the greater Portland community and economy, but also have statewide impact. Lastly, the goal is right now, we'll know more once the design is done. In 2026, we will own the buildings, and at that time likely connect the buildings more formally, because they are connected right now by one stairwell for means of safety egress only. So more work to be done there, but really excited to be back in front of you in a matter of months with full design and update on where we are in that process. I want to move forward. One more slide. The chair and I, along with others, have been talking for some time about the future contingencies of what happens when certain buckets of dollars are spent under the Harold Alfond grant through UMS Transforms. You heard me speak about the purchase of the buildings. Next is a new faculty and staff line for $5 million. We're very fortunate that we can hire through each respective university. That's Maine Law, USM, and University of Maine, specifically the Graduate School of Business, 2 professors each. And estimated length of time is 3 years. The plan upon the end of those 3 years, after the individual is hired for the respective role, is that that role would either, one, end. It wouldn't necessarily mean that I should say is based on how the role was structured, it may not be a faculty tenured track position. It may just be a contracted position for X amount of years. If it is a faculty tenured position, then that role, of course, would then transition to the university, which would then be paying for that at that so-called cliff effect. So that's one issue. There's 3 years there. The second thing is the Alfani Ambassador Scholarship. I really want to highlight this. You heard me reference scholarships earlier, but one thing we've done is we've made the program a lot stronger. The Alfani Ambassador Scholarship provides really critical funding for students. In addition to that, leadership training. What we've done is we've expanded it to include engineering and computing for the first time this year. So, and also we have really revised the program to provide funding. It's $12,000 a year. And as a result of that, we've made the program sustainable for more than 10 years. We do plan to fundraise and hopefully have that program last longer and or increase its benefits.
I'm not sure everybody understands what happens in the leadership program.
Sure. The leadership program complements the money that each student receives, and Executive Dean Jason Harkins provide leadership training for each academic year. And there's a series of sessions that not only develops your leadership skills, your soft skills, your professional networks, but in addition to that, it really strengthens the collaboration within that interdisciplinary, cross-disciplinary cohort. So there's 2 students from each discipline, law, business, policy, as well as engineering and computing. There's 2, and they are in the program for 2 years. So they have really this immersive program that happens outside the core curriculum, and each semester approximately 3 to 4 sessions, including 1 weekend overnight session and then 1 day-long session, which the program is completed in the spring. Lastly, the programming component. The programming opportunity to really enhance comes from the Alfon Foundation, where they provide $5 million to not only expand programming, but strengthen existing program, but also pay for important things related to the main center, such as expanding brand and marketing, as well as marketing for even programming that is taking part with or related to the main center. Of course, when these dollars do run out, we have to be very cognizant about how we're paying for some of this ongoing activity. But the whole intent is try to seed some of these activities so they become sustainable through revenue, whether that be generated through tuition or fees or what have you. So really the focus that the chair and I and others have been speaking about is those faculty positions. I just really wanted to raise that with you all so you knew, and that we're very focused on that in the out years of that funding.
And the programming, right?
And the programming, but the programming is meant to really seed that activity. So hopefully once it gets going, by the time 2032 comes along, it's generated its own revenue source. That being said, a lot of this funding is not necessarily front loaded. Of course, the purchase of the buildings is intended for when we do that. We're able to do that in 2026, but the other dollars are over a period of years up until 2032. And that's complemented by fundraising on the right-hand side of the slide, fundraising and or match. So what is that? Well, at the main center, we received $55 million. We have a requirement and a commitment to raise an additional $50 million in match. Very pleased, we're well on the way. There's 2 categories in that match. You have a $30 million commitment for infrastructure and facilities. We really only have 1 set of infrastructure and facilities, that is the building. We're pleased that we're well on the way to the match at $20.5 million raised to date. So we have $9.5 million additional to raise or identify for the building. In addition to that, we have a $20 million requirement per match as it relates to programming and faculty and student support, so scholarships, what have you. To date, we've raised $7.7 million. We have 12.3 left to raise in this so-called bucket. It's important to note that there is a subcategory. We need to raise $2 million for specifically main center scholarships. So very similar to the Alfon Ambassador Scholarships. Those are directed at an interdisciplinary approach delivered from the main center through our respective core partners, Maine Law, the Maine Business School and Graduate School of Business, and USM's Muskie School of Public Service. I get the benefit of going last.
Thank you for not reading your slides. And maybe just clarify the 650,000 that's in the resolution.
Yes. So I know on the agenda, it says something along the lines of approval or request for funding. From a governance standpoint, we received that from FFT in August, but the $650,000 that was approved to be spent is for design and engineering of 7 Custom House and related activities at 300 4th Street. That will allow us to have the design. It will allow us to identify all the engineering and/or design opportunities. There's always challenges. I like to refer to them as opportunities, which then will lead us to an RFP process for actual renovation and construction. At that time, we'll be back in front of you. The last thing I should say, Chair, is you heard me mention the $2.4 million CDS, Congressional Directed Spending, thanks to Cody and Jake. That we may have to reappear just from a technical matter and have the trustees just accept the dollars. But we're not able to do that until after October 1st.
Okay. Thank you. Well, it's very helpful to have, we spend so much time on the building. It's very helpful to have the concept of the center explained in a little more granularity. I have trustee Eames and trustee Cates. Did I see your hand, Roger?
Yes.
Okay. Trustee Eames, trustee Cates.
Thank you. Well, first of all, thank you for your enthusiasm and for this explanation. I guess I'm wondering, are you the fundraiser, or is there a plan to hire a fundraiser? It sounds like a lot of money that needs to be found somewhere.
Yes, in collaboration with the talents and depth of our good foundations really great foundations at the University of Maine, University of Southern Maine, and Maine Law. So we are collaboratively working together to develop a plan. And that plan is really focused on the naming rights inside the building. And we really want to make sure that the opportunity is known for our core partners to invest in the building, help us achieve our goals, but also be very respectful and understand the importance each individual university and foundation has with its donors. So I say that because it's very important and it's no small task either. So yes, I'll be dedicating a significant part of my day to that in the near future in collaboration with those 3 foundations.
Thanks. So thanks for the presentation and particularly for the slides, which are excellent. We can look back on. They're great. Similar question. So I think you raised 28 million already. Where's it come from? I don't mean individual names of businesses, but has it come from the business community? Has it come from grants, from foundations? Where's that's a lot of money. Where'd you get it?
It has. So the Vice Chancellor of Finance conveniently had to step out right before you gave me the question that challenges my memory of history since I wasn't here. But I'll do my best. One is through the capital improvement funds, thanks to the support of the legislature and the governor. 2 reserves from the University of Maine system. Some of the respective universities also contributed funds to help seed 300 4th Street in terms of that construction and renovation. And there has been philanthropy thanks to the generosity of a handful of donors that significantly contributed amongst others that were in smaller amounts. You heard me speak to the congressional directed spending. And that, I believe, checks all the boxes in terms of going forward. Just a clarification, and I know we spoke about this in FFT, those capital improvement funds, $9 million was allocated for the Maine Center. Approximately $3 million has been either spent or earmarked for certain projects. So there's about $6 million left. And that's what gets you with the CDS of 2.4 to that approximately $8.5 million in cash available to do those renovations.
Let me just remind everyone or inform everyone, when we negotiated the language with the Alphon Foundation on what a match would be, this is a much wider scope of match or where it can come from than might be in a traditional philanthropic. I'm giving you $5 million, you have to raise philanthropically $5 million. But what we were able to negotiate were dollars that the state put into it, the federal government, other agencies, and that's why we're so far along. Now, having said that, we have to raise more money, but we have a very significant portion of that match having been met under the rules that we negotiated, and they were negotiations with the Alphons to get us to this point. And that's a bit of history. A number of people in the room weren't here when we got the grant, when we negotiated it, when we signed off on it. But it's a little bit different, and so it might feel uncomfortable, but quite frankly, it was a gigantic success.
Trustee Alexander.
I'm interested in the way in which programs are developed. I'm looking at slide, I guess it's 1, interdisciplinary graduate education. Do all of these programs get developed in the normal way and come through the approval process for the Academic and Student Affairs Committee? I'm not familiar as much as to how the graduate education programs are delivered or designed.
Sure. At a high level, I'd welcome really anyone to join in here, whether it be the presidents or anyone from the system. But I'm not an academic, and academic programs do not go through the main center. However, before we get back to answering some of the specific questions, we're very fortunate that we have a Dean's Collaborative, which really works on the principles of what we're trying to achieve, trustee, and takes that back to their respective university to work with the faculty to help develop the programming. There will be some programming outside of graduate education that we will work with certain academics and or others outside of the university system to help deliver, responsive programming to certain topics. But when it comes to the core graduate curriculum, all that runs through each respective university and all the approval processes.
That was a good answer.
Okay.
That was a good answer. Anything that is non-credit bearing or business oriented, business productive, executive development doesn't have to run through our curricular process. Anything, as you just described, that's credit bearing, regular programming is initiated at the university level or for multi-university programs by 2 or more faculties across the university, and then proceeds through a regular established academic approval program. One program, and Lee, you might want to weigh in on this, that may look unfamiliar to trustees is the Masters of Legal Studies, because it was approved through that same regular process a couple of years ago, but hasn't yet launched.
That's correct. So the MLS that we have been working on now for a couple of years, which will mirror in great part the MBA, and if we do it right, may actually allow us to create an MLS/MBA program, which would be one of the first in the country. The MBA program has been approved through the ordinary process, and as you know, is going great guns. And the MLS process has been approved, but hasn't yet started. So those all came through the ordinary process. Some of the other things that you're hearing about are individual classes that have been created by a couple of just absolutely wonderful faculty members. They aren't really programs, they're new offerings, but individually, and that the business startup program, which is wonderful, is just a single class added to both of the programs. As we get further along with those kinds of classes, and we can offer actually certificates, et cetera, in what we're doing, then the process, I think, will kick back in again. But as of right now, we are working feverishly to get everyone to think about interdisciplinary courses to put together some of the programs that we're still working on.
And would that be true of the Privacy Law Institute?
The Privacy Law Institute has actually been in effect since before I came to Maine Law.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, and it is, I'm glad you mentioned it because it is highly successful and it is working very well. It is still, and one of the things you heard Seth talking about, it is pretty much entirely Maine law at this point. What we are working on is creating some credentials, some micro credentials in those fields and a couple others.
Yes.
And those everyone will see as we put them all together.
Great. That's very helpful. And I have one more question if I could.
Can I just?
Oh, on this one, yes.
On that one. I would also state for the record, receiving a legal degree, or when you're pursuing a legal degree, you're allowed to take a certain number of courses outside of the law strictly. So some of the programs and references that you're hearing are courses that we know law students want to take to be better prepared for business, and the like. So that would not necessarily come to the board because it's a course that's already being offered, is recognized by individual accreditation, and is allowed by the ABA. So it's a little bit easier, I suppose, is what I would be saying.
Sure. That's very helpful. I just didn't know the origin of some of these programs. So my next question is, I've heard a lot about the law school, the graduate programs at University of Maine and USM. Is there any way in which the smaller universities in our system can interact with, offer programs through, or provide teaching opportunities to our faculty through this center?
The answer is yes. Both teaching as well as engagement through their respective programming that may be non-degree attaining. I'll give you an example. We're very fortunate to have New Ventures Maine, which is part of University of Maine Augusta, in our growing small business space, with a name to be determined later, our innovation space. And they provide really essential training and counseling to micro enterprises, focused often and primarily on women, as well as workforce development. So that's one example, and there's other examples across the system where that can happen. Number two, we are a small state. We do not need to be building new expertise and talents when we have them in the system. So as we build out our talents around certain programmings that we may launch, first and foremost, we need to look throughout the system. And with the delivery mechanisms now and people demanding increased online and hybrid approaches, that's a perfect example, whether that be at University of Maine, Fort Kent, whether that be at UMPI or other small campuses, even Machias. So that's why we still have time before I can answer the question with specific examples, but that's the vision.
It would be great next year to hear a presentation and find a slide indicating how that's been implemented. I would very much look forward to that. Thank you.
So do I. That's great.
We also have 3-in-1s. Did you mention? Because I met a student when you invited me down to speak.
Yes, indeed. We have 3+3 programs with all of the universities. And one of the things you will hear from, I think relatively soon, that the CAOC is working on, and Jeff may actually have more information than I do. We're all talking about justice-related programs at the universities, criminal justice, equal justice programs. Everyone has the spark of a justice kind of program. Dimitri started this conversation last year at the CAOC, and we are looking at actually interweaving the law faculty and the university's faculties in several different areas to create majors in justice, both criminal justice, some of the other programs that everybody is looking for, and that is beginning to come together for the first time. Actually, it started with cup of coffee, and President McDonald and I were talking about what we have pieces and we need to get it all pulled together. So there's some really exciting work being done, but it's the groundbreaking work that's still in progress.
And just to add to that, it's really phenomenal, all the things that are happening. And really the next step is how do you continue to really embrace the culture of more than just interdisciplinary offerings, where actually people from different disciplines are in the same class working together. But that's no small feat right now. You have in-residence law school, and then you have increasingly online or hybrid. I know we're going to get there, and it takes time, but that is a culture shift, and it's something that everyone is committed to and working closely on. Because you think about it, the numbers I said earlier, you have 400 active students, plus or minus, in the MBA, nearly 300 in law, and 155 last year's census in Muskie. So you're over 800 students and the impact that has. How do you keep enhancing their educational opportunities? That's what we're focused on.
Seth, I wonder if you could, it's such an exciting thing to have this hub in the middle of the business community and all these graduate programs together. I mean, it's such a promise. But we live in a world where there's lots of competition. Lots of organizations are talking about meeting the demands of the industry of Maine. What does success look like? How do we know this is a successful initiative? It's exciting and it's good, but what does success look like? What are we driving toward?
Success can come in a few forms. One, of course, is financially sustainable model that is really the underpinnings of what we all kind of worked on to bring it to fruition, increasing enrollment, making sure that the main center staff operations are financially sustainable. And thanks to everyone's support, including the trustees, we're on the way to that. And we can help that with fee revenue and generation. So that's important. I guess that's a finance banker side of me to speak to that first. Number two, if I take you on a journey, it is a journey where you're walking into the main center and there are innovators and small businesses and grad students and policy and business leaders. They are every day working and collaborating. It's a hub of activity that's highly energized. And some of the things we were just speaking about, you can look across these graduate programs and there are students from different disciplines, different universities in that class together, learning from one another. In the global financial company I just came from, I wasn't working only with lawyers. I'm working with digital, and I'm working with engineers. I'm working with sales. I'm working with, who knows what profession on any given day. That's what the real world is. And that's what we need to create wherever possible and reasonable and relevant in the classroom. So yes, we're going to increase enrollment. Yes, we're going to make it financially sustainable, but we're really going to provide opportunity to those students to really have a great experience to prepare them for today's economy and today's workplace.
We can't forget, respectfully, we can't forget that we solved a crisis in Maine when it comes to the law school and whether the law school would continue to exist in Maine and what the ramifications to the Maine economy would be if there was no law school producing the vast majority of lawyers who actually practice in the state of Maine. And one of the chief impediments that we were facing was a building that needed to be replaced somehow, some way, and to do it in a way that we could afford it, albeit over time. And somehow, in some way, we convinced people, the Alphon Foundation most particularly, to be invested in this particular project, and their desire to see this occur on a multi-dimensional, multi-field basis. But please, because it was so easy, we tend to forget how hard it was. So because it looks so easy, we tend to forget how hard that was, and what the potential expense for this size building on one of our college campuses would have been, which would be substantially higher than the entire investment that we're talking about, including the monies that we need to raise from various sources. So we just made it look too easy.
I think the board knows.
Just
Every-
reminded.
Every bit of the way, every bit of the way, how challenging this has been. Other questions for Seth? Thank you, that was great. And we should keep these conversations going. It's really important work.
In closing, I just want to thank you, the chair, and all the trustees for your support and your eagerness to have me back in front of you, because that's really important. It's important that we not only speak to the public, our students, but also speak across the university and leverage these opportunities so we can uncover everything we heard Trustee Alexander mention and really aspire for us to achieve next year. So thank you.
Great, thank you, great. And that brings us to a nuts and bolts resolution. That the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the FFT and authorizes the University of Maine System acting through the Maine Center to expend $650,000 for design, planning, and limited renovations and capital improvements at the Maine Center in Portland, Maine. Can I have a motion? Trustee Michaud moves, seconded by Trustee Martin. Any conversation? Trustee Flood?
Yes.
All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? Passes. Okay. And now we go to academic and student affairs.
Thank you, Chair Riley. My comments.
Can we get? Yep.
My remarks on tab 14 and tab 15 are identical, so I'll say them once and they apply to both. Each president is seeking to bring in an accomplished administrator / teacher / scholar to take the helm of an important academic program at the respective universities, seeking tenure at the time of hire for those two leaders. These processes have been supported unanimously from the peer group all the way forward through the president. I've read both proposals carefully and discussed them with the Chancellor. My support for them, like President Franny Mundy's and President Edmondson's, is without reservation. These are two excellent hires, and tenuring them would help to establish them and help us to retain them as valuable administrators for these two programs.
Great. Thank you. Any questions? It's a combined presentation, but it's two resolutions. So that the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the Academic and Student Affairs Committee and approves tenure at the time of hire associate professor in the Department of Communication Sciences and Disorders at the University of Maine, effective June 1, 2024. Can I have a motion? Trustee Michaud, seconded by Trustee Martin. Trustee Flood?
Yes.
All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Motion passes. That the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the Academic and Student Affairs Committee and approves tenure at the time of hire associate professor in the Osher School of Music at the University of Southern Maine, effective September 1, 2024. Comments, questions? Seeing none, may I have a motion? Trustee Michaud, seconded by Trustee Martin. Trustee Flood?
Yes.
All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Motion passes. Which moves us to the Vice Chair and consent agenda.
Good afternoon. I move for the Board of Trustees to approve the consent agenda items, acceptance of the minutes, and the item as forwarded from the June 26, 2024 FFT Committee. The consent agenda items are tabs 16 and 17 in the meeting materials. May I have a second? All those in favor? All those opposed? Pat?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Your first one and you remembered it took me 12.
I made a note so that I didn't.
That brings us to the close of the meeting. We did talk about a brief executive session, if people are willing to sort of debrief the meeting and get a sense of what we need to do next. And I think we can do that. Do we stay here or do we want to move? What do we?
Just for trustees.
Just for trustees. Sorry. Apologies. Beth, do we want to move or stay here? Do
I had asked them to set up in the landing.
you want to move to the landing? Okay, why don't we do that? But first, the biolab, for those of you who missed the science experiment, it's open till 3 and was there another? Next meeting is November, University of Maine. Can I have a motion to adjourn? I guess I don't need a motion to adjourn, actually. I don't, do I?
You need a motion to go into executive.
We do need a motion to go into executive session. Could I have a motion pursuant to MRSA section 4056A, 4056C, and 406E to go into a brief executive session. May I have a motion? Trustee Micho, seconded by trustee Martin. All those in favor? All those
Yep.
opposed? Trustee Flood? Are
Yes.
you okay with, thank you.
The end of that is end the executive session and the whole meeting.
Right, exactly. Okay,
Trying to be helpful.
that's good. Okay, thank you. So where are we headed? To the landing, to the landing?
What is the land?